Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining the Dark Reading News Desk for live coverage of Black Hat 2023 from the Mandalay Bay here in Las Vegas. My name is Becky Bracken. I'm an editor with Dark Reading, and I'll be one of your hosts throughout our second full day of interviews. And we will bring you the best of Black Hat 2023 right to you wherever you are. Before we get started, I'd like to explain how the Dark Reading News Desk works. We'll spend today talking to dozens of researchers selected to present at Black Hat, as well as cybersecurity professionals of all stripes to try to capture the Black Hat 2023 highlights as they happen right along with the people behind the headlines. To try to cover as much of the Black Hat action as possible, these interviews are going to be quick. Just 10-minute segments. So if you're interested in a deeper dive into these topics, you can go to darkreading.com, where many of these speakers and their research is being included in our conference coverage, as well as many Black Hat presenters who are unavailable to join the news desk this year. With that, I'm very excited to get to our first conversation. Welcome Christian Werling and Hans Nicholas, PhD students at TU Berlin. They have made quite a commotion this year with their new findings and their research jailbreaking an electric vehicle in 2023, or what it means to hotwire Tesla's x86-based seat heater. Welcome to the both of you. I jokingly called you the prom kings of Black Hat, but you are making quite a splash. How is that for you? It's been exciting.
It has been exciting. Yeah. We've never answered so many press emails in the past couple of weeks. So, yeah, that was something new.
For PhD students, it's a pretty big splash. Okay, so let's get into it. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tesla, along with other car manufacturers, have started delivering cars with the ability to provide services, but they can be turned on and off depending upon a subscription to that company, correct?
That's correct.
You two looked at Tesla, which Tesla has a couple of pretty expensive service upgrades, including the $15,000 package that helps you self-driving. Also seat heaters, which you mentioned in your title for $2,000. What made you all want to see if you could break into this Tesla system?
So we've looked a lot at AMD-based systems, like with an AMD CPU in the past. So this was quite an opportunistic attack here, or research, because we've witnessed or we've read that Tesla switched to AMD-based processors in their infotainment. So
you were
that's what we
fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic. That's what we know. That's our niche here, right? So we've published both software and hardware-based attacks on AMD in the past, and then we thought, okay, nice. This is a real-world system, like an end-to-end system that we could attack. And now let's see what we can do there.
So did you start by looking at these services? Was that sort of your first thing you were trying to break, or were you just did you stumble upon that vulnerability?
We kind of stumbled upon it. I think the very first thing we got in our hands was the actual hardware, like the sparks you would normally find behind the
So what did you guys, buy a Tesla and take it apart? What did you do?
No, actually, our very first Tesla ride was the Uber ride from the airport here.
That is quite funny.
So we just got the hardware. We just got this board computer.
Yeah, and it's basically off of eBay. So if these cars get into crashes, then the infotainment unit, that's the computer that we hacked, actually oftentimes ends up on eBay, where you can buy it for like $400.
Interesting.
Dollars. Yeah, exactly, and that's what a lot of car hackers use. So that's also where we got our hands on the Tesla.
Did you suspect that this was going to be an issue, or did you go in just figuring, we'll just see if we can break this thing?
We had the idea that this should work, but then the actual legwork to make it work was
different story.
Was a different story, exactly.
And
okay.
especially interesting here was, I think, that in the past, people always somehow got access in order to be root on the system, but with these new AMD systems, it took quite some while. Actually, we are the first, as far as we know. So that also meant that there was something to be gained from looking at the AMD side.
Okay, so talk to us about this vulnerability, and what I found most attention-grabbing is that there's not a software fix for this issue, correct? This is a rip and replace situation. So talk to us about the vulnerability and what it does.
So basically what we are doing is the very first piece of code that gets executed on the AMD CPU is actually part of the hardware. It's in something called read-only memory, which is part of the silicon and can't be changed. And we attack this piece of code with a physical attack where we just lower the voltage so that the CPU does a miscalculation, and that allows us to gain basically access at the very first code segment. And the problem here is that the only fixes would involve mitigations to these fault injection attacks, and for that you would either need to modify the hardware to build in like a glitch detector, or you would need to modify this piece of code to include like double checking that there's no injection going on. And that's why this is not fixable, because the hardware is already out there and can't be modified now.
So have you reported these findings to Tesla?
We have.
What was their response?
Their response was they were primarily interested if our attack was persistent, so if we only had to do it once and then we would just keep our root right.
Is it?
It's not. It's not in the sense that whenever the infotainment system reboots, which it doesn't do very often, it actually keeps running even if you leave your car. But if it reboots, we have to do our voltage glitching attack that Niklas just explained. We have to do it again, which can take a couple of minutes depending on how well you would engineer this whole process. So if you're really interested in making this super smooth, almost not noticeable, that's definitely possible and would just require some more engineering. But the general idea or the general proof of concept is what we did, and depending on the day and on the weather on that day, it takes a couple of minutes for the system to boot up. But when Tesla heard this, they were relieved in some sense, I think, because they thought, okay, this attack is still quite expensive for somebody in terms of technical knowledge.
You need a lab and a lot of expertise.
Exactly. So I think this is when they were relieved that it wasn't easier.
Sure. So we're not looking at a hacking your car as a service sort of threat group emerging anytime soon.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that would require a lot of engineering and somebody really dedicated, and also customers that would be really willing to risk their warranties, because you physically need to change something very deep in your car. But I don't think it's off the table. But
is the vulnerability translatable to other car manufacturers who are starting these sort of service programs?
The general type of vulnerability, definitely. So I think actually that Tesla is probably a pretty good example of car security out there. So I think in generally other systems will be vulnerable to similar attacks or even less sophisticated attacks.
So seat heaters, was it the seat heater that you first hacked into? Was that why it was top of mind, or was it just one of the interesting things that you could turn on and off?
So to be honest, I think we started at some point with thinking about how are we going to present this research? How are we going to make it interesting?
What's our hook? Yeah.
What's our hook? And then we stumbled upon these seat heaters, which are kind of a trivial thing, like they heat up your rear seats, right? And they're included in your car. So we thought this might be a good target. At the same time, this was one of the features that wasn't hardened by Tesla to
they weren't
be unhackable.
Had locked it way down because it was a seat heater.
Exactly. So by now our attack doesn't work in the very same sense as it does in our demo again, because now Tesla put in another protection level. So we would need another exploit to actually, another exploit on the gateway chip, a separate chip, to be able to re-enable the seat heaters. But back then it was a catchy thing to sell. Yeah.
So what are some of the other sort of services you were able to tap into? The self-driving, you think you could hack into that pretty easily?
It's definitely a step towards the self-driving, but the self-driving was one of the features that originally included the additional protections that Christian just talked about.
Right.
So yeah, that's why we didn't look into that, and I think that got a little bit carried away actually in the news. But
well, we like it. We like a hook too.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, so as far as unlocking different features go, you would need that additional exploit. But what we did also get into our secrets stored on the Tesla. So with our attack, you are able to gain access to the user data that's on the Tesla. So phone logs, locations visited, and yeah, similar things, as well as actually the secrets that Tesla puts on these cars to be able to identify the car over the air. So yeah, with our leaked secrets, we're actually able to get access to the, yeah, let's call it car VPN, where the car connects back to Tesla and downloads firmware upgrades or configuration upgrades.
Well, it's very exciting research, and congratulations to both of you on making quite a splash at this year's Black Hat. Where can our audience go to learn more about your work?
I think the slides and the recording of Black Hat will probably be available publicly soon.
Okay.
And then for the very interested technical audience, there's our GitHub repository called PSP Reverse,
Okay.
where you can find all the code that we used and developed to make this work.
Nicholas and Christian, congratulations again. Thank you for joining us at the Dark Reading News Desk. I look forward to seeing what you do in the years to come.
Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you
having
very
us.
much.
Of course, welcome. With that, we are going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with our next guest. Thanks. Hello, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. I'm Becky Bracken, editor with Dark Reading, and I am here to welcome a very exciting guest to the desk, Daniel Mogini, a senior research scientist at Google, who is presenting what is truly blockbuster research on a vulnerability he's dubbed Downfall. It's a bug in billions of Intel CPUs, revealing a major design flaw. Welcome, Daniel. So can you tell us a little bit about how you started looking at these Intel chips?
Yeah, of course. It's not the first time I report this kind of vulnerabilities to Intel, and I've been doing this kind of research, looking into to the microarchitecture and the underlying things that happens inside the CPU that not a lot of people look day to day. And last summer I came across this particular optimization that Intel has introduced probably about 15 years ago into the CPUs that helps software to speed up memory accesses and access data a lot faster than normal. And based on some analysis and looking into how this instruction is optimized, I had an intuition that it could have similar vulnerabilities to the past, like meltdown and microarchitectural data sampling. So then I started, writing some test code and running it in a few different CPUs, and it turns out that my hypothesis that this kind of instruction would have this kind of vulnerability was correct, and then I reported this to Intel last summer.
Okay, so you find downfall and you realize this is a pretty widespread issue. Can you walk us through what an attacker could potentially do with this vulnerability?
Yeah, so the vulnerability enabled an attacker to leak data from the hardware register file that's normally not accessible to the software. So when people build a CPU, there are lots of components inside the CPU that nobody even knows about them. It's just the software execute instructions. So you have these things like software registers, and you essentially don't have access to that hardware component. But this vulnerability essentially violates that boundary of software and hardware. So an attacker can leak data from that hardware register, and once you violate that boundary, you can do all sorts of different attacks, stealing data from other users in the cloud, steal data from other applications in a desktop computer, on a laptop computer, or even, for example, if you download an app from a marketplace on your Windows PC or in your MacBook that runs an Intel CPU, these apps generally are supposed to be confined and not access your photos, not access your bank.
Right.
But essentially, this vulnerability enables an attacker to access those data that you're not supposed to.
How difficult is this? Is this a highly technical exploit to pull off? Is this something that your run-of-the-mill threat actor could get done?
It could be hard to find these kind of issues, but once you find it and once the information is out, it's actually very easy to exploit it. In fact, when I shared this paper I wrote with one of my colleagues at Google, he could reproduce the attack in less than a week, like as somebody who is technical. So there are a lot of people out there that now that the information is out, they can reproduce this kind of attacks, and it's highly practical. It takes some time to make specific exploits to target different credentials, because the attack I demonstrated, you can steal encryption keys from OpenSSL, but imagine if you want to steal other sort of information, you have to spend probably a couple of weeks customizing your exploit for that.
So I take it there haven't been exploits in the wild that you've been able to observe yet, or have there?
There have not been, and I'm not in a place to know if there are such things. Generally, these kind of attacks probably are, if it happens, it's more targeted. It's rare that somebody tries to exploit a lot of people with these kind of attacks. But I'm also hoping that would not happen. There are lots of places that this kind of thing can impact users, and I'm hoping that we have managed to patch and fix enough computers since Intel released that this kind of thing won't happen.
So what was the process like with Intel? You reported last summer, you said, and what was their initial response? Tell me more.
Their initial response after, I think, a week or two, they managed to reproduce it. They have a triage team in their site that they check if the report is correct. They were in a big surprise because they have invested a lot of, I can imagine, resources in the past few years to handle this kind of issues after meltdown and microarchitectural data sampling. And it was known for a lot of people, even for Intel, that they have fixed this issue, so they're not going to invest more time in this kind of problem. So it was really shocking for them, but once they saw that it's working, then they asked for an embargo time for August this year time. And in the meantime, I continued writing my research paper. And
so they've issued patches, and so there's enough confidence that there's enough mitigation there to make this sort of a non-starter.
So the mitigation Intel has released for this is a microcode fix. That microcode is this special firmware that runs into the CPU core that modifies the behavior of this optimization. And this microcode fix, from my understanding, it solves the issue at the moment. So we don't know if there are any other instance of these problems that's going to happen. But right now we know that the microcode fix works. And the microcode fix is distributed to cloud vendors, to customers, and eventually it's going to land in different operating systems and OEM vendors. It may take some time, maybe for another month or so, for everybody to really have everything patched, but I'm just encouraging everybody to just ask their OEMs and providers to get this patch. There are some consequences, there are some performance overhead according to Intel. Some workloads may get affected up to 50% overhead.
Oh, wow.
So that's a challenging thing for some customers, I can imagine. But I would say it's worth paying for the security.
Yeah, that is an interesting calculation that they're going to have to make. So where we stand now, you are going to, you've submitted your research to the mitigation. Are you going to stay on this sort of path of researching these CPUs and Intel in particular?
I'm a hardware security researcher, and I continue to look into the security of computers, CPU and processors, and I will continue looking into both x86 and ARM and other CPUs as well. So you can imagine maybe I'll look into Intel CPUs again too.
Sure. So that it's so many times throughout your explanation, you said nobody's really looking at this. I'm one of the few people that are looking at this. Why not? If there's a billion CPUs that could be affected, I would think that, is it a lack of expertise? Is it a lack of knowledge that hardware, software, membrane is more vulnerable than we think? Why is this not more top of mind considering the footprint that it casts?
I think there are a few factors. Well, one is that like the whole research around microarchitectural attacks being taken more seriously started in 2018 with Meltdown. So it's been only 5 years that there are people who are getting educated and learning to do this kind of research. But I'm sure there will be more, and we'll see more of this. The other guess I have is that as it's getting harder to exploit software, people are going to look into exploiting hardware more. So we are going through that transition probably in my generation that like people are looking into hardware more. So right now maybe there are these research teams spread across academia and industry who are looking into this problem, but I think we can imagine seeing more people even who look into this problem in the future.
Can you tell us what some of the top hardware vectors are? We just have a couple minutes, but I'm interested to hear, as hardware attacks come up beyond CPUs, where else should we be looking?
Well, I can imagine right now we are in this period also in the computer architecture world that we are reaching the end of getting free computation. You may have heard that Moore's law is slowing down, or it's ending. And the idea is that we're gonna build a lot of different accelerators and optimize them in different way and put them on the same chip to make computation faster. So that could include AI processors, GPUs, and all sorts of digital signal processor and things like that. And all those things could have the same vulnerabilities. It's just people have not looked at them as much.
Well, the good news is you will not be bored in your work, it looks like. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell our audience where they can find out more about your research?
Of course. So I put a website up called downfall.page. That includes a Q&A, some demo on this exploit, a link to proof of concepts, and also a link to the paper for more technical details.
Excellent. And did you come up with the name Downfall? It's quite good.
Yes.
It's really good. So, congratulations.
I mean, if you have tracked these kind of issues, there was Meltdown, and then there was Fallout, and Downfall is like, it's making a sequel here.
I just thought it was a good word choice, honestly. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us at the Dark Reading News Desk. We very much appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I will hand the desk over to my colleague, Terry Sweeney, who will bring you more live from Black Hat 2023 from the Mandalay Bay. Thanks.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA in beautiful Las Vegas. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining us now is Michelangelo Zumo, North American Threat Intelligence Manager with Cyber 6 Zumo, thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk this morning. Appreciate you doing this. For some inexplicable reason, we're hearing a lot about AI recently. In fact, it's starting to feel like it's all we're hearing about in some respects. Talk about what you're hearing from customers, their questions, their concerns, their ideas about the use of artificial intelligence.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear a lot of concern, but also excitement at the same time. When it comes to the concerns, I think a lot of people, especially in threat intelligence, are worried about AI hallucinations, giving them false answers, basically. And when it comes for threat intel analysts that are using AI to help them with their day-to-day, they need to be able to make sure that they're double checking and verifying everything that AI provides them with,
sure,
instead of just reporting on something that might be completely false. But on the other hand, a lot of people are excited because even for myself, it helps streamline a lot of the tasks that we do, reporting, or even just understanding different types of threats that we come across. I think it's been very helpful there.
The potential seems really rich, but also, not to put too fine a point on it, super transformative.
Right.
With that in mind, we're also having to balance the increased capabilities it gives us, but the problem is those same capabilities go to bad actors,
right,
and threat attackers. How are we supposed to navigate this seeming contradiction, and whether this technology is a blessing or a curse?
It's definitely a challenge, and I think the developers have to tackle that and make sure they have the responsibility to put those safeguards in place so that threat actors can't abuse these types of systems. That being said, a threat actor, similar to the way I would use it, whereas I could do things like build a security lab at home and my AI as my co-pilot to walk me through those steps. A threat actor could do the same thing to do their research or reconnaissance on a target, and using open source tools like Nmap. Hey, walk me through how to ping this endpoint, try and figure out what vulnerabilities might exist there or something like that. So it's definitely a challenge. But fortunately, again, for the good guys, we can also use it to our advantage and help track these threat actors, identify who their targets might be, sure, based on recent trends. But yeah, it's probably easier said than done, but I have faith in it.
Okay. Speaking of use cases, can you talk about some of the ways that your own customers are using AI in ways that may be surprising or innovative?
Yeah, I mean, the most common theme I hear today is a lot of customers are using it to help plan. For example, we put out a e-hunting threat book, a threat hunting ebook, I'm sorry, where we walk our users through steps of how to perform an efficient threat hunt. And I think users are using AI in a similar way to help them plan and identify what are their priority intel requirements and how do they answer those requirements by coming up with different steps and stages that they can investigate. So I think that's really a unique feature of AI to help threat intel analysts approach their task, but also they're able to understand the different types of threats that they come across that they might not have a lot of familiarity with.
Okay. Cyber 6 has recently launched its own generative AI capability, Cyber 6 IQ. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, it's something that I use every day now, and I'm pretty excited about it. Whereas, it's our own generative AI trained on the data that we're collecting, deep and dark web data, places like forums, marketplaces, initial access brokers, where threat actors are selling data, selling access to networks. It's also looking at clear web stuff, OSINT type sources, and even messaging platforms. And what we're able to do now is help analysts understand the trends and what threat actors are doing in their day-to-day and get ahead of those attacks rather than trying to sift through data themselves manually and try and keep up with all the traffic, essentially.
So that the automating aspects of AI are really coming to bear in the threat intel space, it sounds like.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's really getting us a step ahead of these threats and just making us more proactive and better defend our organizations.
Are there some unique capabilities with regard to Cyber 6 Skill IQ?
Yeah, some of the uniqueness, again, other than the data that it's trained on for us, our data is completely unique and it's very hard to come by. But some of the ways that are really impactful, again, it summarizes the type of intel that we come across. And for the inexperienced threat intel analysts that may have expertise in a certain domain, maybe they come across a different type of attack, like a fraudulent attack, and they don't have much expertise there. Our AI is able to help them understand those threats quickly and then pass it on to the appropriate person for remediation. And I think that's really impactful, and it's going to help security teams a lot.
I'm sure you get this question fairly frequently from both customers and potential customers, but if I'm thinking about whether AI is appropriate for my SOC, for my security team, what sorts of questions should these kinds of folks be asking themselves about the technology?
Well, first off, the validity of it, right? That the companies that are offering these types of AIs need to make sure that the AI is not hallucinating and again giving false answers where teams might make mistakes because of it or make the wrong choice because of it. So they definitely need to be confident in the AI's capabilities, which we're always researching ours, making sure that it is doing the right thing. And if it just doesn't know the answer, it tells you we don't know. And it's something that we can work on together. Additionally, they need to make sure that the data is protected. We've heard about some issues with data being exposed through these different AI platforms. The SOC is always working with sensitive data. They need to make sure it's protected and nobody else is getting access to the questions that they're asking or the data that it's analyzing.
Well, Zumo, thanks very much for the update on where we stand with AI, its peril and its promise. Really appreciate you joining us here on NewsDesk today.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
We've been talking with Michelangelo Zumo, North American Threat Intelligence Manager with Cyber 6 Skill. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. And we're back with the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Bob Erdman, Associate VP of Research and Development at Fortra. Bob, thanks so much for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Hey, thank you for having me. This is great.
Appreciate you doing this. Fortra is perhaps best known for its adversary simulation tool, Cobalt Strike. You recently announced a joint legal action with both Microsoft and Health ISAC that is aimed at stopping cyber criminals from basically using cracked legacy copies of the software. Talk a bit about what led you to take legal action against this group of bad actors.
Sure. So Fortra has been engaged with the problem of unauthorized usage of the software since we acquired the solution a few years ago. We've got research teams that are tracking where it's being shared, how it's being abused, and we take a lot of legal actions. We do hundreds of DMCAs and other legal filings every year. So we're having an effect, but it was really pretty quiet and people didn't really know that we were doing it. And we decided it was time to really take a more public stance around this, that we aren't tolerating this kind of abuse. And we are pushing back on it as hard as we can with both other public and private partners.
All right. Well, speaking of partners, why pair up with both Microsoft and Health ISAC in regard to this case? What are their interests in this?
Well, we've been working down this path on our side for a while and working with some public and private entities. And Microsoft had started their own efforts around this and looking at the abuse that was happening because of their Windows ownership. As we looked at this type of abuse going on and we learned of each other's efforts, it was natural for us to combine. We knew things that Microsoft didn't know and had a unique data set. They had their own unique data set with some things we didn't know. Pushing it all together brought us a much larger set of targets that we could go after and a better way to enforce these kind of controls. Having Health ISAC join us and represent their member organizations was great, and that was allowing us to bring in somebody more from the outside in and show an actual user side what's happening out there in the world as well, not just us complaining about them abusing our IP.
Sure. So for viewers who may be new to Health ISAC, talk about what they do.
So they are a representative healthcare organization that has a lot of other members, and they do work with other security controls, and they were doing their own research into how some of their hospitals and other medical organizations were being targeted by malicious actors.
I see.
And how that occasionally had Cobalt Strike involved in it as well. So it was great to bring them in and show from a more outside stance, not one of the companies involved in the software, how things were being taken. And as we looked at where we might be able to do a legal filing against this, we could bring their member people from that area of the country for that area of the court, which was really important to us as how we process this.
Healthcare, hospitals and healthcare organizations in general have been specifically targeted by ransomware, so it's actually great to hear that they've got some sort of technology advocacy group that's involved in initiatives like these.
Yeah, they do, and I think it's going to be really great for us to have a long-term partnership with both of those organizations as we move this along.
Expand a bit on Fortra's role in this three-way partnership. What is Fortra bringing to the table?
Sure. So besides Fortra's data set, which had a lot of things that Microsoft maybe didn't know as we went out and approached this, Fortra, as the issuer of the licenses and the software, is able to determine when we observe a system out in the wild, is it an authorized or an unauthorized copy? So we can quickly make that determination and then point the legal process at the systems that we should be handling and make sure that there's no collateral damage, some valid users' infrastructure that might appear during an engagement that shows up. So that's one of the most important roles that we have. Of course, being the owner of the IP, that was very important in the civil filing that we were able to come along and bring that part of the process.
So are we talking like pirated copies? Are we talking somebody taking and basically reselling under an illegal private label?
Not so much an illegal private label, but definitely sometimes private copies. We do see a few different paths of abuse. One, as you mentioned, is people have cracked some of the older versions.
Sure.
Mostly in the older versions, but getting around the licensing, altering the software. We're able to tell if anything has been changed in the software deployments. But then there are occasionally times when, like a malicious insider may have leaked the license, or somebody walked out after they maybe had a hack to an organization and had the software stolen from them. So we're also able to bring in the knowledge around those and make sure that those are included in the process as we go along.
Talk about what Fortra does to discourage bad actors from misusing something like Cobalt Strike. I assume there's some protections, but I assume there's also, you alluded to regular legal actions a few minutes ago. What does Fortra do to just make this distasteful?
Yeah, so there's a lot of legal actions going on, of course. We're tracking file sharing sites, who's selling it illegally on the internet, maybe where it's being shared on social media, and taking actions against all of those standard things. Technically, we keep implementing more and more controls in the software as we release new versions. So when we do find artifacts out in the wild, we do tear those apart and reverse engineer them, see what's been done and how it's been done, and then change the software accordingly so those processes aren't available the next time. So every time we release a new version, we're putting in more and more technical controls around the process as well.
What, if anything, has changed since the legal action was opened? Are you seeing an impact already?
It feels like we've been doing this for a long time, but it's really only been about 4 months. We are seeing a fairly large impact out in the wild. We've had nearly 200 domains seized and sinkholed, so we're able to interrupt that C2 traffic, get some kind of victim identifications, and we've also seen greater than a 30% drop in observed systems out there, so we're seeing the trend go downward. It goes downward every day, which is excellent for us. We're seeing the kind of things that we expected, and a bit of a movement of where these systems are located towards countries that are less friendly with the U.S. legal system. Another thing that we kind of expected. They're going to move off of this software to something else, move their infrastructure to places that are a little bit harder for us to touch. But we are pursuing them anywhere geographically that we see them, using the legal processes of that country or that region. So we expect to continue to see these numbers decline over time. And we're in it for the long haul with Microsoft. We expect this will be a years-long process, and we'll both be there.
Sure. Is this about what you expected, or has the reaction among these bad actors surprised you somehow?
I think it's been about what we suspected with how it's worked on the bad actor side. And the reaction that we got from the community at large, I think, was actually a lot better than we expected. Like I said, I don't think people realized we were actually fighting these problems in the past because we kept it kind of quiet. And coming out publicly and having this big announcement that we're going after this, I think was a great thing.
All right. So what message would you like to send to criminals who are using these cracked copies of Cobalt Strike?
You know, I think the biggest one is we're going to keep looking for you, we're going to keep finding you, and we're going to keep, you know, taking you down and passing that data along as we need to. We're in this for the long haul, and we're going to keep at it as long as we need to.
All right. Are you also seeing any response, perhaps, I don't know, fleeing to the dark web, or you mentioned some specific geographies that might perhaps be out of the reach of the legal system? What's showing up there?
You know, we do see things showing up in the dark web, and generally, if somebody is selling copies, that's where we see it popping up. So we do have some threat actors that everybody's tracking, that we know where some of these are coming from, and they're being pursued. I think we're seeing less and less of it up on the open web now. The machine is pretty fast now to identify and issue takedowns, so that's going really well. You know, so I think we'll see less and less of the software out there. Definitely it's trending towards the older versions. The newer ones are much harder to crack than the old ones, where we've taken all those paths away. So I think we'll continue to see those fingerprints over time disappear.
Bob, we appreciate the update on Cobalt Strike and the bid to keep it safe and secure. Thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk today.
Thank you.
We've been talking with Bob Erdman from Fortra. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA. We are here to talk the topic of Black Hat, of course, artificial intelligence. And I'm glad to welcome to the news desk John Ayers, VP of Offensive Security at Cideris. He's joined by his colleague Mike Wyatt, VP of Threat Management, also with Cideris. Gentlemen, thank you for doing the Dark Reading News Desk today.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
This is, of course, like the topic of the show, right? It's very much on the minds of everybody involved with the security industry. John, let's start with you. I mean, the news flow is flooded with stories about AI, not just in security, but it feels like a transformative technology that's really going to change how we live and work. How do you see, just to turn to the dark side for a second, how do you see the weaponization of artificial intelligence starting to take place?
Actually, it's already starting. I mean, social engineering, AI is weaponizing or actually making social engineering much, much harder. I think the next big element here is voice. We're seeing a lot of this transformation based on language modules and things of that nature where we're cloning people's voices. We're showcasing that at our booth right now where you can come in and use your voice, Terry, and then next thing you know, you sound like Donald Trump.
Well, that's a good way to get people away from me, I guess. But no, I've seen some of these demos, and the fidelity is startling.
Yes.
Is not too strong a word.
No, it's actually scary. We for the last few years, what have we been doing? We've been trying to do identity, trust but verify, zero trust around credentials and passwords. And now with biometrics becoming part of our everyday life, and now we're doing this ability with AI around voice characteristics and things of that nature of changing that, it's becoming a little scarier world. And look, let's face it, the weaponization around social engineering right now is we're making emails, AI is making emails harder for people to determine, is it a phishing email because we were looking for misspelled words, characterizations, grammar, and now AI is taking all of that away.
Yeah, the errors are disappearing. To use your example, AI and automated voice response, it feels like you're talking to a live human being. It feels super real. Again, it's disturbing that there aren't the pauses or the giveaway monotone or these kinds of
accents, things
exactly.
of that nature, absolutely.
With that in mind, what are you advising clients with regard to how to deploy AI in a safe way that doesn't backfire on them, that still keeps data protected, keeps users protected, that sort of thing?
I think the number one thing is assessing your environment for the need of AI. Is it a necessity, right? If it is, then there is a safe way of adopting it and implementing it. And the first thing is assessing it, right? And how it's being used. Today, hospitals are adopting AI for, as AI help desk. When you call into the hospital, I'm your AI receptionist. So you're seeing some of that adoption, and it's being done in a safe, controlled, guardrailed way because you can control that. So how are we doing that? We're helping clients create policies first around AI. Secondarily, we're using MITRE ATLAS as a way to create detection rules so that you can alert on that type of AI that may be malicious, right? So there is ways to do that, but it is a step by assessing your environment first. Because right now, people are using ChatGPT to write reports, do POs, and all that data is going up into the open AI cloud,
right.
And you're losing control of it.
Right.
So,
great point. Another aspect of AI that is starting to emerge is that otherwise benign, upstanding users are considering using AI for offensive purposes, which has always been a bit of a taboo subject on the enterprise cybersecurity side. Like, how rough do we want to fight back, in other words? There's not a one-size-fits-all kind of
Correct.
rule for this, obviously, but what do you advise customers who are flirting with this idea of like taking it back to the attackers?
well, obviously, one, be careful, right? Because attackers do bite back. Running the offensive security team at Cideris, we do use AI today as a way to do malware manipulation, things of that nature. But look, let's be really transparent here. bad guys are doing R&D right now, using everyone else to do that kind of stuff. So it's going to take some time for it to really become malicious.
Right. Mike Wyatt, let's bring you into this. Companies are also in tandem increasing their focus on strong identity and access management programs. What is driving that focus, and why now?
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, whenever we go into customers' environments and we assess how many SaaS apps they're using and things like that, and we start to connect them up to our detection and response service, we realize that there's always more applications that they have than they realize, right? And so at the end of the day, what we're finding is that in conjunction with threat actors using privileged access in almost every single attack now, the identity and access management is so important, especially in this platform economy that we live in today.
Right. What sort of issues are you seeing in the IAM space with regard to threats, vulnerabilities, that kind of thing?
I think there hasn't been a ton that's really materially changed over the last couple of years, right? Ransomware is still very, very prevalent. I mean,
sure.
Every day we're seeing more and more companies seeing their data being posted on the dark web and things like that. So more victims. But again, we're seeing things that we've seen quarter over quarter, like folks, threat actors going in, leveraging privileged access, and just really destroying environments, deleting admin accounts. That's a big one that we've seen several times, and I don't think companies are really ready to face that, right?
Sure.
I mean, some of the bigger enterprises that have a lot of time to prep for this and really try to be proactive with their IAM strategies is great, but then a lot of the SMB companies are really lagging behind.
It wasn't that long ago that the conventional wisdom was, I've got multi-factor authentication, I've implemented zero trust, I'm good on identity and access management. Has that changed? Has AI kind of upped the stakes? What's happening there?
Well, as John mentioned, of course, we believe that it's going to continue to up the stakes, right? I mean, if we're leveraging voice or anything like that, like in our demo at our booth, we predict that there's going to be a more of a difficult time for defenders to actually come in and try to put controls in place to protect their business.
Right. What are some good complements to Zero Trust and MFA? Like, how can you further bolster the protections that you have around identity and access management in your organization?
Yeah, that's a good question. And in fact, zero trust is a concept, right? It's good and largely needed. It's also very difficult, and it takes a long time to put in place, right? One of the things that we're continuing to see as we ask this question to various folks and we try to help them is misconfigurations, are just rampant, in my opinion, right? Whether it's a SaaS application or it's a misconfiguration on a series of boxes, hosts inside of an environment, because like I mentioned, attacks today largely are about abusing privileged access,
okay,
and not really about exploitation and things like that. And so once somebody has access, now you really have to work with the business logic behind actually getting into the system and ensuring that people only have access to the things that they need. We used to call it principle of least privilege. It's still called that today, but I don't hear it's being coined very often. So,
right. Well, I want to thank you both for joining the Dark Reading News Desk today. I've been talking with John Ayers and Mike Wyatt of Cideris. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. We'll be back right after this.
Hello and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk live from Black Hat 2023. I'm Becky Bracken, editor with Dark Reading, and I am happy to welcome our next News Desk guest, Sumit Siddharth, who you might know better as Sid. He is founder, director at the SecOps Group, who helped launch a new pen testing certification program at Black Hat this year. Hello and welcome.
Thank you, Becky. Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Thanks for joining. So this is a brand new thing here at Black Hat, this certification process. Can you tell us a little bit of background of how it got started?
Sure. Would it be better if I just explain a little bit about me and my history with Black Hat?
Sounds wonderful, please.
Okay, so I have been coming to Black Hat for 16 years now. I have been a speaker for 10 years, and then I transitioned into an entrepreneur. So I started a business which did like 10 years of training at Black Hat. So I have a rich history with Black Hat. So I reached out to Black Hat last year and I said, look, we have all these tracks which provide attendees avenues to learn. Training being one, briefings being another, Arsenal being another. But all these attendees who are here may not just only want to come to learn, but they may also want to come and assess their knowledge, appraise their knowledge, and not just them, but maybe their employer is also interested in the same. So why don't we run an exam-only track in which candidates come and take an exam, and if they pass the exam, so when we hand out people's badges at Black Hat, we validate their identity. So we already know who they are. So if they then sit in an exam in a proctored environment for 7 hours and take a modern day exam, practical exam, then that is perhaps one of the better exams you can provide to the industry. So they really like the sound of it. So this year, in partnership with my business, the SecOps Group, we launched an exam called the Black Hat Certified Pen Tester, an exam-only track.
Okay, and so tell me about the exam. Is it hands-on practical work as well as answering questions?
Sure. So with Black Hat, the thought was that we will launch an exam-only track, and over time we will have more additions to the exams.
Okay.
So this year maybe we have Black Hat Certified Pen Tester. Maybe in time to come, in 3 years' time, we will have the whole category of exams: Android Pen Tester exam, Reverse Engineer exam, Malware Analyst exam. But let us talk about the exam that we currently have. We have a pen tester exam, which is about pen testing. So there are loads of professional pen testers in this audience. It's a full day, 7 hours practical exam. It's split into 2 categories. So application pen testing category, infrastructure pen testing category. There are some multiple choice questions. There are some practical hacking questions. People have to compromise a host, exploit some weaknesses, get some flag, fill those flag in. They need to score at least 60% to pass, and if they get 75%, they pass with merit.
Wonderful. Okay, and so how many graduates, how many certificates did you issue this year?
So this year we had about 25 people take the exam, but this is the first year we have launched this, so the awareness is still not up there. But I'm hoping with platforms like these, you will help us get it to the masses. What are we doing with it?
Certainly, and I think you should show your badge. This is what you get if you pass, correct?
This is a promotion. This is not necessarily something that you get if you pass. We are using it as a way to promote our exams. So this is the logo of Black Hat Certified Pen Tester. The idea is to get people aware about what pen testing is and get them into the pen testing. So there is a little QR code here. So you scan the QR code and you get redirected to capture the flag event. And there you have to hack some boxes, hack some applications, and then you get some codes. And those codes you can punch through these 4 buttons. And once you punch those codes, then this badge will start to blink in a different way. So there is a partial unlock and there is a total unlock of this badge that you can do by solving these challenges.
You can hack your own badge at the
You can hack your own badge because you are at a hacker convention.
That is wonderful. So what are, based on your experiences today, what are some of the aspects of pen testing that people are eager to learn more of? Where's the need in the learning curve for the average pen tester today?
So I'll talk a little bit about what is the state of play with the certification industry, and then what are we doing different, and why I believe that with the Black Hat backing, we are looking to disrupt how things currently operate.
Okay.
So if you look at the current model, you have the training providers, and at the end of your 2 days training or 4 days training or whatever it is, there will be an exam. So there is a school of thought that you are actually marking your own homework. right? You are providing the training first, and then you're providing the exam first. And if I am an employer, I have sent somebody to take your training, and if it does not pass, it's like, okay, maybe your training is not as good.
Right.
So we are not providing any trainings. We are providing the exam curriculum, and we are asking the attendees to take the training or get the learnings from anywhere you like. Quite frankly, we look at it as the real-world pen testing exams. If you have been doing professional pen testing for 2+ years, then you shouldn't necessarily need to prepare for the exam. It's like when you have to renew your driving license, do you go again and take driving qualifications again? So the exam needs to be in line with what you have been doing, rather than you need to prepare for it to pass.
It also sounds like the exam is very practical. It seems very real world versus maybe theory.
Exactly. So our intention behind this is to make a modern real world scenario exam. Some of the drawbacks of the current offerings in the exam is that they will cripple the environment in which you are taking the exam. So you're not allowed to, let's say, run tools, or you're not allowed to use internet. You're not allowed to use books, open book exam. In our exam, it's an open book exam. It's an open internet. You can run any tool you like. We don't have any restrictions, because that's what you do in real world pen testing.
Yeah.
So we want to stimulate those. Plus, some of the exams, if you look at it, they are 24 hours intense exam. You get 24 hours window. We are living in an age where we promote mental health, work-life balance, etc. So we don't necessarily want to force the industry to keep taking that 24 hours, 36 hours route.
That sounds brutal.
Right. We want to design new exams in which we can assess somebody within those 8-hour window. And I think that's where we have been lacking in the industry, and that's what we hope to provide with our offerings.
Wonderful. Now, pen testing is changing.
Right.
I mean, the role of pen testing in the industry is changing. Can you talk a little bit about what a modern pen tester needs to know that maybe wasn't necessary a few years ago?
Right. I mean, obviously, threats are evolving, so you need to keep up to speed with what is changing. Stay up to date with conferences like these, what has been discussed, what has not been discussed. The concept of infrastructure is changing. You can't necessarily run a pen testing exam or call yourself a network pen tester without knowing the modern day cloud environments. Those are now inherently part of your infrastructure. Similarly, on the application front, now, while it's good that, so I am a pretty old school hacker, when I started hacking, the tools were fairly raw or did not exist. Nowadays, there are tools and scripts and material for all sorts of these activities, which is great, but then it becomes a challenge for the employer to find the candidates who don't just know how to run the tools, but also know what goes on behind the scenes.
Right.
So that's what we are hoping that our exams will do to the industry, is not just assess their ability to know what tool to run and how to run it, but also able to understand what goes on behind the background. If the tool lets you down, what is your second course of action?
There's some school of thought that pen testing is limited in its ability to really test your infrastructure, because it's a moment in time.
Exactly.
What would you say to that?
So, absolutely, pen testing alone will not solve your problems. It will give you a very good, clear point of action at that point in time to fix things as they are. But ultimately, you need to have a continuous process in place wherein you are looking at where the problems arise from. Do they arise from code? You have to work on the software maturity model, the security posture enhancements. And again, security is a multi-layered approach. You use multiple layers of defense to protect it, pen testing being one, defense in depth approaches, best industry practices being other.
Wonderful. Well, Sid, please tell our audience where they can find out more about your pen testing program and where they can get in on next year's action.
Sure. So some of our exams are available. We run a number of exams. Some of our exams are available via Black Hat. Others are available directly via our website, secops.group. So they can procure those exams through us, or they can come to a Black Hat event and take one of our prestigious Black Hat certified pen tester exam.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for stopping by today to tell us all about the new, it's not a training, it's a certification.
It's an exam.
It's an exam. Wonderful. Now we've all got it. Thank you so much,
Thank
Sid.
you.
Well, while I have everybody here, I would like to point out Dark Reading is constantly in conversation with the cybersecurity community. And you can join in by tuning into the Dark Reading webinar series. Just a few of our upcoming topics include, well, on Wednesday, August 16th at 1 p.m., Tom Parker, current CEO of Hubble, and Zona Systems Field CTO Ron Fabella will join me for a deep dive on best practices and tools for OT and IT security. Then on August 22nd at 1, we explore the dark side of AI with my colleague Terry Sweeney and KnowBe4's James McQuiggan. These presentations are interactive, and please bring your toughest questions for our experts. You can find out about these events and others on darkreading.com under events. Now, let's welcome our next guest to the Dark Reading News Desk, Josh Grossman, consultant at Bounce Security, who is here to present at Black Hat this year on building a high-value AppSec scanning program. Hi, Josh, thanks for joining.
Really great to be here. Thanks for having me on today.
Great. Well, we didn't get a chance to talk before this, so I'm very interested to hear about your presentation. So maybe give us an overview of what you covered.
Yeah, so the training course sort of came out of work that I was doing with clients in my day job. I was seeing that they'd have all sorts of different application security tools they were using to find vulnerabilities. And they had this type of tool and that type of tool, and they thought, okay, great, we've got these tools, we're going to be secure now, all our problems are solved. And what they discovered was that coming out of these tools were loads and loads and loads of findings. Some of these findings were correct, some of these findings were incorrect. And they were like, okay, well now what? How do I get through this massive backlog of findings? And they had the tool, they had automation. They didn't have the processes in place to actually make that work in their organization.
And to mitigate, right? Is that the other part of that?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there were all sorts of different options for how to do that. And sometimes the option would be clear, sometimes it would be less clear.
Fair.
And again, the tool is almost just like the starting point. So the idea behind the training course is to take people and walk them through the different tools, but think about, okay, how can I build this into my organization? Who do I want to be involved? Which stakeholders do I need to interact with? It's not just people in security, it's people in software development, people in QA, people in product management as well. And also to get management buy-in as well. They're going to need time from people who aren't security people to actually review the results and action the results. So it's very much about how do we build those processes in.
That's a complicated question. It's a complicated topic that I know a lot of people have been trying to solve. And so, what differentiates what you or your thoughts on it, or your model for success versus others?
So I think the key thing that we're finding is that I think security people tend to spend a lot of time in sort of security circles, going to security conferences, and think, okay, we're the security team, we're going to solve things. And certainly in software security, which is where I focus my time, a lot of our attention needs to be on developers and sort of getting time from developers to actually support us. Usually there's like one security person and 100 developers or something, and that security person's got all sorts of other things they have to do. So certainly within my organization at Bounce Security and my day-to-day activities, I'm spending more time working with development people and trying to, I guess, almost evangelize security to them and get them interested and excited in security, but also get them the time they need to spend time doing what we need to actually secure the product. So very much shifting the focus from this is a security problem to this is a software problem. This is a software development problem, and it's just another aspect of the quality of the software. In the same way, if you had a piece of software that didn't perform well, didn't respond in a fast enough amount of time, people wouldn't use it. People would say, no, this doesn't respond well, this isn't good enough. So in the same way, I see security as a part of quality. The idea if an application isn't secure, a software product isn't secure, then it's not the required quality, and we need to encourage that thinking of security is just another part of software quality.
Where are we on that? I mean, I know that this is a goal we're working toward. Are we getting closer to that? Are we still trying to make inroads for security to matter to all of those other business units?
I think we're on that road. I think we've got a way to go. I know certainly I'm very involved with OWASP, the Open Worldwide Application Security Project, and again, OWASP has conferences, but I'm now spending a lot of time trying to take OWASP to developers and introduce them to OWASP and get them to understand what resources it can provide. And
what's the reception to that? I know developers are often sticky about that sort of thing.
So in my experience, developers have often had negative experiences with security. I think there's a big sort of history of security being the people who come in and break stuff and say, oh, look all this stuff you need to fix now.
And look how bad your work was, we were able to, that's often how it can come across.
Yeah, and I find that if I'm going in with a collaborative approach, here are solutions, here are ways we can help you, here are ways we can work together, developers love that. Developers really want to, they do want to improve. I think there's no idea here that the developers don't want to be secure. They want to make their products secure, but they need a collaborative approach for that. They need someone to support them with that rather than just break things and tell them, all right, go and fix this now.
Fair. Well, there's no shortage of AppSec security tools, as you know better than anyone in this room.
Yes.
What are some that you are you think are worth it and that you can kind of get behind and recommend to other people in your field?
Well, that's a good question.
I know it's
I
a
always
sticky one.
say-
I know I kind of cornered you on that, but
I know.
I think maybe not even from a vendor perspective, but what are the types of tooling that you think absolutely need to be in place?
So I think the key thing to me is to find, what's the current problem that an organization is really seeing? Are they finding that their developers are writing sort of vulnerabilities into their code and they're just seeing bugs coming up again and again and again on an ongoing basis? Or are they seeing they've got a huge sort of library of third-party code that they're having to defend against, and now it needs a tool to help them address that? So I think very much they need to figure out, okay, what's the problem I'm trying to solve? What is the pain point that I have? And how can I find a vendor that's going to support me with that? And often, it won't be the newest, shiniest vendor. If they've got a big sort of portfolio of legacy projects, they might need a more established vendor who's more used to dealing with the older projects. So I always say, you need to look at what are the problems you're trying to solve and find someone who can work with you to do that and will support the features you actually need. And that was part of the training course as well, thinking, okay, what can this tool do for us and how does it match to the problems that we are trying to address?
Okay.
With that being said, what I would say is that one of the big areas I think is how we help developers learn more about security and engage more with security. And certainly I'm seeing a big uptick in platforms and products to help developers learn about security in an interactive way. Training courses like the Black Hat training course doesn't go so far, but there are a lot of platforms for ongoing interactive learning about security, which I think that's a really great growth area because it's interactive, it's interesting, and it's also at the developer's pace. I think that's a really good innovation.
Because pace is everything for them.
Indeed.
What were some of the questions, or some of the common questions or areas that the folks in your trainings really wanted to drill down on? Were there any surprises, or were they pretty standard, do you think?
I don't think there were any surprises. Most of the attendees in the course were sort of people from a mainstream security background who had either wanted to get more involved in application security, or at least one person said that a few months ago they'd had the application security program dumped in their lap, not coming from an application security background. And I think the main thing they were interested in is about this engagement part, this fact that they may not have previously been working as closely with developers in their current role, and how to reach out to them, how to work with them, and how to sort of get them on side to actually provide that force multiplier and spread security across the entire product portfolio. So that was the main area where I think people were interested to learn more.
Do you have any tricks to do that? Do you have any super tricks to sell that to people? I mean, it's easy to say. I just don't, and we need to get everybody under this umbrella. We need to get everybody to understand about security, but how? I don't know how you do that. I mean, is there a specific tack you can recommend?
So, I talk about the collaborative approach and the non-confrontational approach, but I think the single biggest thing is bearing in mind, what is a developer's job? There's a sort of trope of security is everyone's job. Well, it's not. Security is, the person's job is what their manager says their job is, or their manager's manager says their job is. And someone I was talking to a few months back used the phrase shift up. Everyone wants to shift somewhere. But,
yeah, we're all shifting.
So everyone wants to shift somewhere, but the idea of shift up, saying speak to management, speak to senior stakeholders and get them bought in, and then make them the people who are sponsoring this for the people within their teams, for the developers who are in their teams, the other engineering staff. And once it's coming from them, once it's coming from these people's bosses, from these people's reporting chain, they don't feel like security people are coming from the side and saying, oh, can you do this extra work for me, or this other responsibility that's not in your core job, that you're not being assessed on, that it's not on your to-do list, but because I'm security, I think you should be doing it. Once it's coming from up top, once it's coming from their management, they see, look, this is part of my job, this is another part of building the software, and I think it's a lot easier to get engagement with them when they see, look, this is part of my day-to-day job anyway, so security is just helping me do it.
I take back my gentle eye roll when I heard shift up. That makes all the sense in the world, and it's actually a very good term, because with that, with the C-suite conversations, you get budget, you get priority over other projects, you get everything. So I take that back. It's actually very brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I have to say, I think it's a good move, and again, it's certainly how we're approaching things at the moment. We've got various clients who are assisting with software security programs, and I think historically software security programs have looked at, okay, well, here's the list of tasks that I need to do. I need to do threat modeling, I need to do secure design review. Here's a checklist of how to do that. And we said, okay, well, we need that, but we also need, alongside that, how are we going to make sure this happens? Who are the people we need to speak to? Who are the senior people who need to sponsor this? Who's going to be accountable for it? Who's not security? How are we going to measure this and track it on an ongoing basis? Again, not inside security, but as a wider function of that development department. And I think that's where we're seeing traction.
This is an incredibly deep subject, and we could spend days discussing it, but I really appreciate you stopping by and giving us an overview. Where can our audience find out more? Do you have any particular references that you would send them to?
So the best way of finding out more is, I guess, I talk about this on Twitter and LinkedIn a fair amount. I've also got content there related to my course, so you can search me Josh C. Grossman on Twitter or Josh Grossman on LinkedIn, and either my face or my little cute ghost avatar should pop up, and people can be in contact with me there.
Wonderful. Well, I'm sure this is to be continued. We will keep having this conversation in
Excellent.
the months and years to come.
Fantastic.
Thanks for joining us, Josh. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Of course. Now, if there are any questions that you in our audience might like to ask our experts, you can put those on your socials and just hashtag us at DR News Desk. We can share your most pressing questions and cybersecurity issues and even see if we can maybe stump a couple of our experts. If you'd like to learn more and explore any more of these topics, you can follow along with all the breaking news and cybersecurity developments here at Black Hat at darkreading.com. Now, I am thrilled to welcome our next Dark Reading News Desk guest, Kaylee McCrae. She's a privacy engineer and Confiant, who is here to share a bit about her fascinating new research. I'm very excited to talk about the Yandex leak, how a Russian search giant uses consumer data. Thanks for being here, Kaylee. This is such an interesting take on the Russian cybersecurity topic. And so tell me a little bit about why you took this on and what you learned.
One of the good news and the bad news about being a privacy researcher right now is that I'm one of the few people who are looking at what I'm looking at. And one advantage of that is sometimes things just fall into your lap because one researcher finds something and there's only maybe one other researcher who can confirm their findings. So this fell into my lap earlier this year because another researcher was looking at something in a different part of the code base. And so I was pulled in to confirm their findings, and I did that, and then I was just kind of like, this is interesting. I usually see the data being taken from the apps and the browsers. I don't get to see what happens when that data reaches the company's servers and how it gets processed. And so I wanted to keep digging and see, okay, so what does it look like when a fingerprint's analyzed? What does it look like when this data's collected? And so I started looking at, Crypta and audiences in Metrica, just really out of curiosity. And then I stumbled on the creepiness.
Creepiness is the right word. So let's explain to our audience exactly what the creepiness is.
So Yandex takes in a lot of data, not only through Appmetrica, which is its app analytics service. It's supposed to be for product and growth teams so they can see how effective their apps are and who's using them and how. They're taking in a lot of data through that. Those SDKs, software development kits, are embedded in a lot of apps, so a lot of people don't realize that they are becoming Yandex data subjects. And they're taking in some very, very precise geolocation information on that end. And they are also taking in data points from all over Yandex's other services, including some of its biometric data and taxi data and search data and mail data, all the data.
And as a privacy researcher, maybe you can explain to us how, by comprising all of that data, what that can tell you about any individual.
Right. The data points that they seem to lean on the most are geolocation and Wi-Fi information. So a Wi-Fi SSID, for example, if you're connected to the Black Hat network right now, or your home network, that would be your Wi-Fi SSID. And it can tell you, okay, so we have this device is connected to this network, this other device also connected to this network. So these devices are associated in some way. It may be that these are devices belonging to the same person. It may be that this is a group of coworkers or a family or people who cohabit. And just tracking those associations can tell you a lot, especially when connected to all of the other data that they have. And Yandex happens to have a lot of email login data. They also happen to have a lot of phone data and other identifying information. But what's interesting is really when you track geolocation over time, you get an interesting picture of people's movements. You can track whether they have summer houses and how often they visit them.
Their Dasha.
Yes, their Dasha.
So, give us an idea. What is Yandex doing with are they just sitting on it, feeding their models? Are they trying to say that this is just an ad placement effort? I mean, what are they doing with it?
So Yandex is, at least in this section of the code, pulling all of this data to analyze it and then pull out all of these characteristics about people to create very targeted ad segments for Yandex Ads. And Yandex Ads has a lot of facets. There's Yandex Audiences, which allows really anyone who uses this product to pull from Appmetrica's data, to pull from third-party data brokers. They can even upload their own data. Use all of that to create segments to target people with advertisements. And Yandex Ads also advertises across all of its products. So if you're using like a navigator and you're stuck in traffic, they'll show you an ad. And it could be based on a local business that you happen to be nearby. So most of it is ostensibly for advertisements. And I think what's really disturbing now is, okay, we've seen what Yandex can do with that data, but what we now know is that data is about to be handed to the Kremlin on a silver platter.
That was my next question. How is that going to go down?
It could go down in a number of ways. We're very much in like literally any minute we could find out. So I think there was on the 8th, Medusa published this story that the Prime Minister signed an order that as of September 1st, all taxi services in the country are going to be required to share their taxi data, all of the data connected with it, 24/7 with the FSB. And that includes Yandex. Yandex has a taxi service, and it's not just in Russia. Yandex has a taxi service that's international, including in Israel and other countries. And that data is commingled. They can't really separate out the international and Russia data, so everybody's data who's ever used a Yandex taxi app, that is now going directly to the FSB. And Yandex itself is up for sale because its parent company in the Netherlands is really tired of getting sanctioned.
Makes sense.
So they are trying to offload the Russian assets. Putin has to approve anyone they sell it to, so it's going to go to an oligarch of his choosing. But it's hard to get Yandex investors to agree to someone because they really have to narrow it down to an oligarch who hasn't been sanctioned yet.
And that's a pretty short list, I would
That is
imagine.
an extremely short list.
No, two, maybe. I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's really freaky. So we are now fully into the KGB watching everybody's moves. Anybody that's sort of in this data set.
Yes.
So, what do we do about that? I mean, first of all, it seems like a crazy security issue that how hard could it be for somebody to go in and lift all that data and steal it and use it against the Kremlin for their purposes? How difficult would it be for that data to be corrupted? Like, it just, that huge of a data set with that much power behind it has to be on a target somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think you brought up like probably the most important point of all of this is, they built this tool without, I think, really considering from an ethical lens how it could be exploited. And there are so many people who could exploit it that this could be hacked. It's a very obvious target for hacking. The government can seize it as they're attempting to do now. The government could effectively nationalize it, which is a very real possibility. It really could be used by anyone who gets access to it in any way. And one thing Yandex keeps saying about this is like, well, it's so we can create more personalized ads so that we can target people better.
We've heard that old song and dance.
Right? That is the very typical line for ad tech. And it's like, A, I think that's pretty out of step with what consumers actually want and expect and what they're willing to sacrifice to get that. And B, is that worth it? Is that really worth it? We're creating something not just in Yandex, but across all of ad tech, which is touching everything these days.
And
that can
the
easily be
biometric
exploited.
aspect is sort of the cherry on the cake. Yeah.
Yes, that their Alice Smart Assistant is it's going directly into crypto.
Okay, so what do we do? What do we do about that?
What do we do about it? Yes, that is also the question, and that is sort of the tricky thing. There isn't an easy answer. It's almost like for many of us who've been on the internet for more than a month, which is everybody really, for a lot of us it feels like that ship has sailed, hasn't it?
That's it does. And it seems like from a consumer perspective, everybody's, they've got it all. I mean, what can I do?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, okay, you can try to not use Yandex services. If you're in Russia or Eastern Europe, that's really hard.
Yeah.
And then, you know, if you are in the US, there's still a lot of ad tech on, especially any of the platforms that we all use. Ad tech is everywhere, and that data set is vulnerable to exactly those same things globally. And honestly, there just isn't any escaping it. I think this is one of those things where awareness and a larger movement against this as a whole, because it's just sort of been taken out of consumers' hands.
I really hope that with this research and others, we will have more than a couple of researchers looking at this. This seems like a monumental task.
We need a lot more than a couple of researchers looking at this.
Wow. Well, thank you for that very stark. I knew this was going to be a great interview. I didn't know I would be a little nauseous after, but here we are. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. And now we will take a quick break, so don't go too far. I will turn the desk over to my colleague, Terry Sweeney. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat 2023. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and I'm delighted to welcome back to the news desk John Shire, Field CTO of Commercial for Sophos. John, nice to see you again. Appreciate you doing the Dark Reading News Desk.
Well, thank you for allowing us to share our research with you guys again.
Yeah, we appreciate it. So to that point, you just put out some new threat intelligence with regard to Royal ransomware. Tell us a bit about that and some of the discoveries.
Yeah, so our Sophos XOps team, in conjunction with our MDR group, released some research this week at Black Hat that was looking at some attacks that we investigated back in earlier this year, so early 2023. And some of the things that they found were just very interesting indicators, right? There were some file names, some scripts specifically that had the exact same file names and exact same contents. There were some accounts that were created on the victims that were the same account usernames, they were using the same passwords as well, and then the payload archives, these 7-zip archives, were using an identical password to decrypt them. And in and of themselves, independently, these IOCs might not mean too much, but when you start to stack them together, they start to, to point to patterns and maybe some groups that are potentially behind these. And so these 4 attacks involved 3 different ransomware groups, Hive prior to their demise, as well as Black Basta. But what was interesting was that Royal was part of that data set. And the reason it's interesting is because Royal is not known to work with affiliates. And so we kind of think that probably one individual or a group of individuals were working towards this goal. But why was Royal involved? And that's kind of the question we started asking.
Apparently they want to become the Amway of ransomware or something. But
hopefully not.
Obviously, it seems like they are leveraging the affiliate model in some way, yes?
Well, so that's the thing, is I don't think we can conclusively say with 100% certainty that Royal is now using an affiliate model, but to date they haven't. And so it leaves us to think, well, okay, so maybe this is part of that fracturing of the Conti group, because Royal is sort of a downstream affiliate of the Conti breakup, right? As our groups like Black Basta and Karakurt, which is data extortion only. But these individuals, when the group fractured, might have gone on and done their own thing, but because they might know the Royal guys from their previous working together, they might be trialing an affiliate model or throwing them a bone because they've got a juicy victim and they know these guys are competent, so we'll throw these guys a bone, we'll let them breach the victim and carry out the attack. So it's hard to say, but I think if Royal is starting to go down the affiliate model route, it could be somewhat concerning.
Is it also concerning just the fracturing piece, and that this malicious element has spun off and seems to be gaining some momentum?
Well, that's the thing, is when these groups do spin off and rebrand and fracture and reform, right, we sometimes get more groups than we had before. But also, as far as being able to stop this, it does have to involve law enforcement, and we're not able to. It seems we're not able to get to the actual principles behind this stuff to get them behind bars, really, to get them convicted. But part of the concerning aspect is the fact that Royal, having been born out of Conti, having been born out of Ryuk in 2018, right? You've got now 5 years of experience of filling the war chest with funds, ill-gotten gains, right?
Sure.
They have the expertise, they have the ability to develop and innovate things using that war chest. And so if Royal is now starting to scale out, I really don't want to see what's going to happen after that.
A lot of companies are more focused on where threats are coming from. In contrast, Sophos takes the approach of it's more important to focus on clusters of threat activity rather than the attribution or sourcing. Talk about why that is and what you feel how that differentiates what Sophos does.
So attribution absolutely has its time and place, right? I mentioned law enforcement. They are very, it's very useful for them when they have attribution to be able to then go and actually prosecute individuals. But when it comes to protection, when it comes to just being able to defend your networks, right? Knowing that Lockbit is attacking you, for example, right? That's important. You need to know their playbooks. But if you're going to detect things sooner, so if you want to reduce your time to detection, right? Having these indicators clustered together that form a fingerprint of the attack chain of a ransomware group, regardless of what the branding is on the ransom note at the end, I think helps us detect these things sooner, which we can then start rolling our incident response playbooks sooner, and potentially limit the amount of penetration and damage that these groups are doing within our networks.
Okay. How do organizations look for these activity clusters? Is that something they have readily access to, or how does that work?
So within some of our tools, like our XDR tools, they can use some queries to be able to look for these clusters. We will also be provide our customers with these indicators so that they can go hunt for it themselves. And so yeah, within the telemetry that is available to them using the Sophos products, they can actually hunt for these, or they can ask us to partner with them and hunt together.
Okay. How might they use the same intelligence to better protect themselves?
Well, knowing how these attacks unfold can inform your defense, right? If we start to think about things like initial access, knowing that exploiting vulnerabilities and compromised credentials are the top two ways that criminals get into networks, well, now you can start thinking about, well, what's my patching program look like, and how's our authentication? Is it strong enough? Is it phishing resistant? And if it's not, knowing that with this intelligence, knowing that they are using these tactics, then you might want to go and look and shore up those areas as well. So in terms of telemetry, visibility, right? If you don't have the right telemetry to be able to see this activity in the first place, then you might want to spend some budget gathering the tools that are necessary to do that. So it helps you not only create policies and processes within the organization that keep you more secure, but also gives you a guide onto how to spend your probably limited security budget.
Sure, of course. Speaking of reports, Sophos is preparing its active adversary report. Can you give us a sneak peek at some of the findings?
Sure. So yeah, I just finished doing the first 6 months of this year, so we're going to have fresh data. So the last time I think we talked, we were talking about the active adversary for 2020, the data year of 2022, and so now I'm going to have all the data for the first 6 months of this year. And what's concerning is dwell time is continuing to sink. So I think we talked about that last time, and we're seeing it sink again. And specifically for ransomware, we're seeing the time halved now. So the time from when they break into the network to launching their ransomware is down to a median of 5 days from 9 days last year. So that's quite concerning.
Is that because they're getting better at doing the inventory of where the goods are, or is it because discovery times have shrunk that much?
I think it's both. I think
Okay.
we are, as an industry, as practitioners, are getting better at detecting things. We're deploying more tools like XDR, we're deploying more services like MDR. And so that time to detect is shrinking. However, the criminals, the well-resourced ones, the ones that know what they're doing, they recognize this, and so they're basically, I believe, speeding up and they're honing their playbooks to be able to work that much faster within our network. So the positives that we're piling into the defense is actually causing, I think, this reaction from the cyber criminals.
Okay. Anything else you can share with us from the report?
Protect your Active Directory. I don't want to scoop myself, but there's an interesting stat there that's going to come out talking about how criminals are very much focused on getting on Active Directory. And also, the time of day with which they attack is really outside of normal working hours. We were able to sort of map these attacks, specifically the ransomware deployments, and they're happening outside business hours and very close to the weekend. So if you don't have the capability to monitor your network for this kind of activity 24/7, 365, then you're going to miss things, and it could end up in a full-blown ransomware attack.
Well, John, nothing to do with you, but I notice after we speak, I'm always a little bit more nervous, and today's no exception. But all the same, it's nice to see you and appreciate you stopping by the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks very much.
Great seeing you as well, and thank you for having me.
We've been talking with John Shire of Sophos. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat 2023. It's Terry Sweeney with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Abby Strong, Senior Vice President of Customer Experience and Marketing for Cribl. She's joined by Chris Cicio, Chief Revenue Officer with Exabeam. Chris and Abby, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Appreciate you doing this. Your two companies recently unveiled a partnership. Can you tell us about the details of that and even what drove the agreement?
Yeah, I'll start, Terry. Thanks again for having us. I've been building these partnerships for 20 some odd years in cybersecurity, and the ones that are successful, the ones that actually work, start in the field. They start with our field teams, working with customers, solving real problems. When we started working together a couple years ago, the problems that we were hearing being solved by customers were making it really easy for our customers to ingest large volumes of data and solving really tough security use cases. We're seeing a very short time to value. We're seeing customers getting a lot of ease and speed and time to value by the joint solution. And I think the third area is, selfishly for Exabeam, we're seeing customers adopt the solution and get a cloud-native SIM in place where they were really thinking it was a tough proposition before. So all three of those different areas really helped us kind of launch into a partnership, and we took a pretty good look, said, hey, we've got something here, let's build on it, let's start building the relationship together, and we did that, and that's what we announced yesterday.
All right. Abby, what's your perspective on this?
Yeah, so we're really focused on partnering with all the great disruptive technologies out in the market, and it was great to see folks wanting to try Exabeam, but they were consistently presented with the same problem, which is how do I get data in so that I can start seeing value from this amazing technology? And so we help customers solve that faster than any other solution.
Right. There's obviously been similar efforts around this kind of cross-pollination, these complementary pieces coming together to work so well. Talk about what's different with this particular pairing.
So I think, I touched on it a little bit, but ultimately what we see is that data is growing every year at least a 25% CAGR. And we're pretty convinced, and we're talking to most of the IT professionals and security professionals that we work with, that their budgets are not growing at that rate. And so how do you get the right data into the right tools so you can get the right information and have a more secure posture for your company without too many somersaults and things in your network?
All right.
Yeah, and just to add to that comment, what we see from customers all around the world, doesn't matter what vertical industry that they're in, they're all struggling with the same things. There's a flat or lower budget year over year. There's not enough people, security professionals, to do the hard work, and there's not enough time. Their teams are stretched really thin. And so all of these optimization things really drive the need for more automation and adopting new tools that can do things better than the legacy tools did. Exabeam, for example, we have kind of two ways that customers adopt our solution. One is to replace their legacy SIM with a modern security stack with modern tool sets. The other ones are just to augment what they already are doing. So as Abby just said, the data volumes are increasing. If they're comfortable with their logging platform, they still need the brain on top of that logging platform to do really tough use cases and solve some pretty aggressive security use cases.
Abby, you mentioned the security information event management or SIEM technology just a few minutes ago. Of the many constants as that market has matured and really developed into a solid market, something that's remained true about it is that SIEM remains a heavy lift from a installation and management and ongoing operations perspective. What are you seeing in the SIEM market, and to what degree does this partnership address some of the difficulties that have stood by SIEM all these years?
I mean, yeah, you put it more nicely than I like to say. SIEM is hard, right? Like, It always has been hard. And one of the biggest challenges for users is how do I get the right data into it so that I can make great decisions and be assured that I have a great security posture. And so what Cribl does at its heart is we are a telemetry router. We will grab logs, metrics, traces off of all of the sources that customers may have and send them to the right tool to do the right job. And one of those places is Exabeam. But we also hear our customers saying, what happens if I make a bad choice? Or what happens if I don't put the right data? Or, I may want to go back and need other data. And we're going, the easiest solution is to have a data lake. Keep your full raw logs all out in an open format so you can use them, put them wherever you need, but you also have a backup plan if something does happen or you didn't have the right data when you needed it in your tooling.
And as our SIEM vendor, SIEM is hard. It's a technology that's been around for multiple decades. It was started before the iPhone was invented. So to kind of put in perspective, the security landscape has changed dramatically in the last 5-10 years. The threats that organizations are trying to solve for, insider threat, compromised credentials, lateral movement of users inside their environment, you can't do that with a 20-year-old technology stack. It's really manual, it's really hard, as you said, to do. What we've played is a role of a disruptor. We've come in with a very new workflow, a threat detection, investigation and response workflow, which really tries to streamline that process and use automation and use some more of the modern tool sets to get these hard problems solved. And so, yes, SIEM is hard. It's hard because it's manual, and it's quite frankly, it's legacy, and it's time to replace it and upgrade it. And that's what we're helping it for.
Well, SIEM may predate the iPhone, but SIEMs are still a lot harder to carry around in your pocket. I just need to underline that.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, thank you for laughing. Talk about a real-world example or an existing use case that really showcases this hybrid of technology that Cribble and Exabeam have created.
Yeah, so we have a lot of shared customers, but ultimately what they're really focused on is how do I get data in? You know, I have this constantly growing data estate, and not only is it coming from many places, but you have it in many places. Sure. And so when we enter, you know, and start talking to customers, it's how do I get the right data, the right amount of that data? You know, there's a lot of voluminous sources out there. You know, we are partnered with many ones where they sit there and they go, engineers are incentivized to make sure that you don't come back to them and go, you didn't send me the right log or the right information for me to be secure. Well, that means you sometimes get a lot more than you actually need in order to really have a great security posture. And so what we do and what our customers are really using us for is, I need to get more data in, and then I need to make sure the right data goes to the right place, and that I can keep that backup copy if I need it, you know, for any future incidents that may come up.
Right.
Yeah, and even last night here at Black Hat, I had a great customer dinner, and the customer very clearly explained to me that there was a 75% improvement in their workflow, in their threat detection workflow, just by leveraging more automation, more valuable tools, and getting that value quicker. The time to value was much shorter. That's the area that we've really focused on, and certainly this partnership has really helped accelerate that for a lot of our customers. But that's truly what Exabeam's mission is if we can get a win on accelerating the workflows and accelerating the tough use cases that security professionals are trying to solve, if we can do that faster and more efficiently with the limited budgets and people, it's a good win for everybody.
What are some of the questions that potential customers should be asking themselves if they're thinking whether this hybrid combo is right for them or not?
I'll start with maybe the Exabeam side, and I think both of their companies working together have really good optimization strategies, no matter which way you start, whether you start with Cribble or Exabeam. Where we typically get involved with customers is they're looking at tough business problems. They're looking at, like I mentioned, insider threat. To try to do that with their current stack is really, really hard. And it's the customer I was having dinner with last night says his whole team, he had a whole team focused on manually going through their SIEM and trying to extract the value. There's no reason with the modern tool sets we have today that you can't use automation. Big data, machine learning, analytics, data science, all of that stuff has been in our platform for 8 years. And especially with AI coming strong into the market, it's something that we've really helped repackage that and make things more efficient for the Security Operations Center.
Yeah. And Cribble is really focused on being the data company for IT and security, and we're adamant about that audience and really making sure that we're building tooling that provides value to that particular audience, because the data that we are ingesting is so much more voluminous than what you see from business data, and you have to be able to ask and answer questions that you may not have anticipated beforehand. And so when customers start, what questions should they ask? Do I have the ability to get all of the data that I want to have access to? Do I have an easy way to try new and disruptive solutions? You can insert us as a bump in the wire and just keep your data going wherever it's going and still peel off certain bits or streams of it and send it to whatever solutions that you would like, including Exabeam.
Right, well, Abby and Chris, continued success with the new partnership. Really appreciate you stopping by and talking to us at the Dark Reading News Desk.
Yeah, thank you, Terry.
Thanks for the time, Terry.
We've been talking with Abby Strong of Pribble and Chris Cizio of Exabeam. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the, excuse me. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and we are back with Dr. Renee Burton, Head of Threat Intelligence for Infoblox. Renee, you are certainly no stranger to the Dark Reading News Desk. Welcome back. It's great to see you again.
Thank you. It's great to be back here.
You're back with a second critical industry threat report on a piece of malware, Decoy Dog Puppy, the rat toolkit that uses DNS to establish command and control, which is Infoblox's bread and butter, is it not?
Yeah, exactly.
Walk us through the new findings since your initial discovery of the malware back in April.
Sure. Yeah, so just to give a little bit of context, I think we discovered Decoy Dog in April, and it's a DNS, command and control malware that was unknown. We published information back in April hoping that the rest of the industry would be able to figure out what is it, where is it, all those things. We're DNS people, and it was needing to be in the malware arena at this point. Unfortunately, no one figured it out. So it's full of mystery and intrigue. And instead, what we went back and looked at DNS, we looked at 15.5 million records and did a ton of analysis, a ton of statistics, and we were able to find out some major things. So the first thing we know very confidently now, that Decoy Dog is created and operated by very sophisticated actors, almost definitely nation-state actors running intelligence operations. They are using very highly targeted campaigns. They're running an individual compromised device persistently 10 to 12 months at a time.
Wow.
So they have access and they maintain that access. And then, really fascinating, they all responded to our April releases. Every single one responded in different ways. And one of the most interesting ways was one of the sets of controllers, they registered new domains within 24 hours of our social media posting.
Okay.
And they hot swapped all of their compromised devices to the new controller within 48 hours. So they are highly motivated to keep access, right? So that tells you whatever devices they've compromised, we don't know which devices, we don't know what vulnerabilities, whatever ones they have, they obviously can't gain access again easily, so they needed to move those people from one controller to another before they got caught.
Is that a heavy lift? Is transferring domains like that something that you wouldn't expect to happen in a 48-hour time span?
Yeah, it was stunning. I mean, for us, it was really a mic drop moment. The other thing is we were looking in our research to say, we knew that this was based on an open source remote access Trojan called Puppy, but we didn't know, was it just actually Puppy? We did not know. When we saw this transfer of domains from one controller to another, we knew for sure it was not. It was not Puppy, because you cannot do this with Puppy. So it was an entirely new capability that was extremely advanced and something that really only super sophisticated actors need to do, right? Most people do not need to do that.
Sure, wow, okay. So you said that the tool has been in use for about a year, and that the activity appears limited largely to Eastern Europe. Of course, now the question becomes, how concerned should regular users be about this particular piece of malware?
Yeah, so from my perspective, we as an industry and we as just human beings, we should all be very concerned about any case where we have unknown devices, we have an unknown vulnerability, and it's persistent and active and it's spreading. So we now know, we started with one threat actor, we now know there's at least 4 threat actors that we're able to identify. So while it's maintained right now in that Russia-Ukraine region of the world, there's no reason to believe that it's going to stay there, right? The other thing is, if we think about what has happened over time with things getting loose over malware, perhaps most significantly, the Pegasus spyware is believed to be tightly correlated to the execution of Jamal Khashoggi, the Washington Post reporter, right? So that's a case where a nation state is able to use mercenary spyware and have real consequences to real people by spreading out malware.
That's really disturbing news.
Yes.
What can the industry do to build on this research? Are there items that might be on like a personal wish list of yours for where this could be taken, how it could be expanded, areas that are ripe for further research?
Yeah, so what we've done is really focus on DNS. That's what we do, right? So we did do partial reverse engineering of binary samples. There are at least 4 versions of Decoy Dog out there, and they need to be fully reverse engineered to understand what is actually happening in those. It'd be great if someone did that work and published it for the entire community. In addition to that, we have released a bunch of research data, so people can first they can reproduce our work, but also they can make their own detectors and ensure that they can find this activity.
Infoblox's threat intelligence team noted a question from many in the industry about whether we're really securing our network if we're not monitoring DNS. This question seems like so obvious to me, and yet it's obviously not being asked broadly or certainly not answered. what does this mean? What's the importance for organizations to really get behind implementing a strong protective DNS strategy?
Yeah, so I think you see two things, right? One is because DNS is so powerful, there are fears about implementing controls at the DNS level because you want to ensure the performance of your network. If I go ahead and block access to Google, I'm going to ruin your life, right? So that is where I think we get some people with fear. But if you're working with intelligence that's very strongly generated, Decoy Dog is a perfect example of the kinds of things that you can block access to prior to even knowing that there's malware. And the interesting thing about this, it's a great example of what power DNS has. It's exceptional in that case, but it's not the exception, it's actually the rule. So what we find overall is that by blocking access to DNS over and over and over again, we're able to prevent attacks in our customers' networks before anyone even knew that there was malware, right? So that's why you want to look at that.
That sounds important and useful.
I hope it is.
Fair enough. Shifting gears slightly, industry analysts are also reporting on Infoblox's position with regard to DNS detection and response, also known as DNSDR. Explain how this differentiates Infoblox and how it can help companies who are up against threats like Decoy Dog with early detection and response.
Yeah, so I think just riding off that last question that we were talking about, where you want to be able to block stuff at the DNS layer, but you also want to be able to do it in a way that you're not adversely affecting the performance of the network. In the case of Infoblox, and particularly Infoblox Intelligence, that's what we do. We do DNS all day, every day. We're not trying to go out and reverse engineer malware. We've asked everybody else to do that for us. We do it every day, all day. And as a result of that, we're very good at DNS. We are really good at threat intelligence. We're strong at data science, and we're bringing together those things in a way that our customers have an insanely low false positive rate because of the expertise that we're bringing in the network.
All right. Let's close. If you could just tell us what are some of the questions that the customers might be asking themselves if they're trying to decide if something like DNS detection and response is right for them?
So I think what they want to look at is, so first I would say yes, everybody needs to have detection at the DNS level. And then when they go to look at their providers, what options they have out there. First things I would do is ask whether or not they're doing intelligence that's aggregated, meaning I'm pulling together someone else's intel. I'm curating, meaning I'm like making someone else's intel better, or they're actually creating their own intel. You want to go with people who are creating their own intel. Aggregation is a bad strategy. And another thing I would do is say, ask that potential provider, tell me about something that's only seen in DNS.
Right.
And if they can't answer that question, turn heels and walk away.
Renee, this is great stuff. I really appreciate you updating us on the DNS security space. It's always fascinating. Thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
We've been talking with Dr. Renee Burton, Head of Threat Intelligence with Infoblox. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Dark Reading News Desk live from Black Hat 2023. I'm Becky Bracken, and we're glad to have you join us for our series of conversations about the latest research being presented from the conference. I am thrilled to welcome Kelly Shortridge. She is a senior principal at Fastly. She is here to talk about her research, Fast Ever Evolving Defenders, the Resilience Revolution. Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being here. What is the Resilience Revolution? Can you explain that?
Yes, so I will start with the problem that we have in cybersecurity today and why we need a revolution, which is everything you see around here is how we need to fight back better against attackers. We're too slow. Attackers are fast and ever evolving. My point is, well, why don't we start imitating them a little? Why can't we be nimble and empirical and curious? The Resilience Revolution is basically a transformation where we can start being a little more like attackers and being fast and ever evolving. Because resilience, if you look across complex systems of any kind, is the ability to prepare for, respond to, and adapt to failure gracefully. That's something attackers can do, but today, most security teams aren't the best at it.
Wow. Okay, so what does that mean, and how do we? Is there a playbook tweak you can make? I mean, what does that entail? That's a big challenge, I would imagine.
It is. I very much view it as a socio-technical transformation of the organization. The key foundational principle, I think the mindset that needs to shift is instead of we have to try to prevent failure, we have to try to prevent attacks, it's no. Failure, like an untied shoelace, is inevitable. Okay. Attacks are inevitable. So what we need to do is to minimize impact and improve our ability to respond to attacks better over time, to be able to evolve. So that's a key mindset shift, and then there are a whole bunch of opportunities that you can do in practice to start really implementing that.
Okay, so if I'm sitting in my SOC, what are some of the first things I'm going to do to help start my team and transfer them into an attacker mindset?
Ooh, a SOC. I think a key thing on the incident response side is really making sure that you're looking at all of the contributing factors to an incident. So we'll even see on the floor here, sometimes you blame human error, but human error isn't very useful as kind of it's basically a way to absolve ourselves of any responsibility and to blame someone else. Contributing factor says well, maybe the design of the system was confusing, or maybe there were competing priorities. A salesperson clicked on the link because they're trying to close a deal. It's understanding all of the factors that contributed to that attack being successful, and not just settling for the easy answer of, oh, well, a human, was lazy or whatever else. Humans aren't lazy.
Right.
We need to be a little more respectful and really dig into all of the messy complications that make failure possible.
So besides the upfront work, there is a response that needs to happen. And so how do we nimble that up?
Ooh, I'm a big fan of automation. So one thing I talked about in my talk was using things like infrastructure as code and CI/CD to be able to update things like block lists or to be able to patch on demand. Because one thing I see a lot, even still in cybersecurity, is that speed is viewed as the enemy, which isn't helpful. But if we can move quickly, it means, again, we can release security updates and fixes quickly as well, and we can fight back and, again, minimize impact. So definitely on the response side, we need to be embracing speed more than trying to resist it.
All right, so what are some of the things we should be stealing from defenders? What are they doing that we can copycat and use against them in kind?
Yeah, so I think one thing with attackers, there are actually quite a few things. Again, one, they're very speedy, they stay nimble, they leverage automation. They also are pretty good at experimentation. They want to really understand, is my attack going to be successful? And I think that's something, again, we aren't great on the defense side at experimenting, so I'm a big fan of chaos experiments to validate that security controls are working as you intend. The other thing I think is interesting, and what I mentioned in the talk, is attackers' challenge are this will always be true assumptions, the things we take for granted, like a firewall will always detect a misconfigured port. It probably won't. So attackers will poke and prod that. We need to be doing that proactively too.
Because we are in these institutions where we need to move from thing to thing, and we have, and again, SEC regulation. I mean, there's no shortage of things bogging down the cybersecurity industry. But how are they going to do that under, you're disclosing within 4 days, but also now attacker. It just seems like a very difficult task. Is it doable?
I think it is doable. I think it's doable when we start to think about security as a subset of software quality. And I know CISA is talking about this. I'm a huge fan of what they talk about with Secure by Design.
Okay.
Big fan of that. I have an ice cream cone hierarchy of security solutions that basically says roughly the same thing. We need to prioritize solutions that aren't bolt-ons, they're not policies. It's embedded in the design of the system that allows us to get that grace and that flexibility and to move quickly without having to put in so much manual effort, which I think we all want. We want to reduce that toil. But I think a key thing, again, like you mentioned, the SEC regulation is about minimizing impact. It's making sure that failure is isolated, that you can recover quickly, that attackers don't get anything meaningful, even if they successfully get initial access.
So where would you focus? Where should the efforts be? Is it a threat hunting? Is it, I know there's been a lot of push about how threat hunting is no longer a nice thing to have, it's a need to have. Threat hunting is becoming more specialized, it seems, in different areas. So is that the key, or are there other things that should be done earlier?
I'm going to have a hot take. I don't think threat hunting is very useful for this.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
It's fun. It's fun. Threat hunting is so fun. Talking about APTs and everything is so fun. But what we really need, again, is we need to think about the design. We need to think about what is going to improve our resilience to attack over time so we aren't just encountering the same things. And sure, we can learn maybe more about like the specific style of attack, but really there are a lot of design-based mitigations like isolation, or even in my talk I mentioned message brokers and queues that can help us across a variety of attacks. So really the particulars of the attack matter less than making sure that, again, based on our design, we're eliminating or reducing hazards. Again, I call it a revolution because this is a huge mind shift from everything we're hearing about here.
Well, and of course, the first thing a business division would say is, we have invested so much on these legacy systems, like we're not going to rip it all out and replace it with code. What is the argument, or what is the path toward getting there?
Oh, there are lots of paths. Again, this is something where I wish there was more collaboration between security and software engineering teams. Because what software engineering teams don't like legacy stuff either. No. They're trying to often modernize stuff for reliability, for things that make money. And security can kind of glom onto those efforts to make sure, hey, let's build it in a safer way. I think actually if you look at production environments, for instance, nobody wants their, what I call the money printer of their website or their application going down. Security tools can put that at risk. Security tools can cause that downtime. Changing the design instead is a lot, in some sense, less risky of a proposition than buying some sort of bolt-on tool, depending on the case. So I think, again, it's less of a lift than you'd think. You don't have to revolutionize your systems overnight. You do have to revolutionize your mindset, and again, start thinking about this design-based solutioning.
Interesting. Okay, well, moving forward, I know that automation, I just wanted to get a lot of questions from people about where automation makes the most sense. So maybe to just sort of give us a final thought, are the automation tools, where do they need to go?
Ooh, I think, again, there's great wealth of tools and approaches from software engineering we should adopt. Again, things like CI/CD. Infrastructure as code, I think I went through at least like 7 or 8 benefits in my talk of that. Again, fixing patches faster incident response, stronger change control, minimize misconfigurations, minimizing environmental drift. To me, that is the tool to really look for, is infrastructure as code. It's declarative. You don't really have to know how to code, but it means that we can encode certain properties we want in our system, which is just fabulous as a security tool. But again, we aren't really talking about it yet.
No, we are not. Yeah. Well, I am so grateful to you for coming by and helping us visualize the revolution.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it, and we will see you again soon, I hope.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So with that, we are going to take a quick break, but don't go away. We will be back soon with more live from Black Hat 2023. With Mesos, and she's going to discuss her research into how social media disinformation campaign was able to impact the 2022 Colombian election. So welcome, Dr. Q. We're thrilled that you're here.
Thank you, it's an honor.
Of course. I just wanted to get started. Your findings, they talked about how the campaign was successful because of a combination of both disinformation as well as factual information. So maybe you could talk about how that sort of bolsters the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So this particular account that we attributed, that we unmasked, basically was able to infiltrate Colombia-based Twitter discussions by using domestic hashtags that were used by supporters of the candidate that they were promoting for the election.
Okay.
And what they would do besides that is also mix true information with false information. And our team believes that if 2% of the information that's posted is fake, or it's not necessarily true, or it can be perceived in a way that's not accurate, and the rest of it is, it's a really good way to gain trust. And so when you do put out information that isn't necessarily true, it can be perceived differently, in a way that's misleading. It's just easier to do so, and you could go on for a long time without getting caught.
So, okay, that's interesting. So did the campaign ultimately work? Did it have the intended outcome?
We certainly believe it was an important factor because it was able to infiltrate Colombia-based discussions. So we saw that it had success in doing so during anti-government protests last year. And it just continued its messaging.
And the intention of the campaign was to get a particular candidate elected, correct?
Correct.
And so did it work? Did the candidate get elected?
He did. He was inaugurated earlier this week.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Okay. So what have we learned? What are the lessons that we can take, more broadly? I know this goes on in many other countries,
yes.
Especially these Twitter hashtags and infiltrating these political conversations. What are the lessons?
The lessons, we believe, is if we focus solely on content, we'll always be reactive. But if you know the source of the information that you're seeing, and if things don't quite look grassroots, it's probably worth investigating. And understanding the source would help you come in front of tackling these campaigns rather than being responsive.
But some of these people are really good at hiding
Yes.
the source of this, right?
Yes.
So are there any clues or telltale signs that you would say maybe this information indicates it's part of a wider disinformation campaign?
Yeah, you would have to do a series of processes in the research, look at the content analysis, not just what it puts out, but how people respond to it as well, because if they're not making the mistakes, it's likely others will, and reveal who it might be if it's not apparent upfront.
So what do citizens need to know? I mean, what are some of the, just as everyday consumers of social media and also enterprise, when they're trying to message out there too, what are some of the best practices and things we need to know?
Just for people to keep in mind that everything that's posted on the internet is with intention, and the only way you know intention is if you understand the source of where that information is coming from.
And so chatter and hashtags trending on Twitter, those aren't necessarily a good news source, is what you're saying.
Basically, yes. It's not very reliable up until now because it can easily be manipulated.
Now, what made you look at this campaign in particular?
We were looking at human rights violations on a global scale, and I'm a Spanish speaker, so my team was looking at Latin America, region of the world, account with no identifiable information that was so influential in the narratives. So we thought it'd be fun to.
And so influential, it was driving a lot of conversations. It was the initiator of hashtags.
It was riding on the hashtag train, basically. So if something did originate grassroots, it picked up on it and also just amplified it further in order to cause further instability to be able to get the preferred candidate.
So it was the traction of the account that really drew your attention?
Yes.
Okay, and so tell me really what was the disinformation and what was the factual, if you can give us just sort of a piece of how the disinformation campaign worked.
Sure, so as I mentioned earlier, there were anti-government protests in Colombia in May 2021 mostly, and it was using domestic hashtags to bring attention to its posts. And during that time, what it was, it's high emotion moments, so people are on edge. Everyone's paying attention to social media for news, and it would basically post anti-government content that wasn't necessarily true. One example that I'll show in my presentation, it accused the anti-riot police of running over protesters, and Associated Press looked into this in other media outlets, and it wasn't true. So,
wow.
Yeah.
And so did they just say, anecdotally, we heard that this happened? Did they fabricate evidence, or?
They posted a really small clip of the video, not even the entirety of it, and was trying to really frame the narrative that the government at the time, which isn't it was, the preferred government for the United States in the relationship.
Understood.
It made them look bad, basically.
It made them look bad.
Yeah.
And so what was the reaction amongst the Colombian population?
Anger.
They were
Anger
furious.
definitely added fuel to the fire. Yeah.
And so that, do you think that was sort of the defining moment in the campaign? Did that turn the tide? Were there others?
I think for this particular account, it was extremely important because people wanted to follow it more to get similar content. There's that shock factor, which is a really important strategy in disinformation operations.
Where you think you're getting inside info.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so again, we're coming up on the midterms here in the US, and there's certainly plenty of disinformation and misinformation out there. What are some of the common strategies you're seeing maybe here in the US that mirror much of what's going on in Latin America?
Definitely on the social media side, you're seeing much more engagements, I would say. I haven't really looked too much into it on the US side, but social media is a really important aspect of what we're seeing, and also that shock factor, because I don't know if others are familiar, but there have been really shocking videos of candidates putting out promotional campaign videos of shooting up, what they consider political opposition.
Yes.
And so forth. So unfortunately, that's becoming a trend as well, but it gets eyes.
Well, sure. And how many of us have been on Twitter and gone, oh my God, you have to look at this.
Right. The shock factor is extremely important.
Okay.
Yeah.
What role do campaigns have in this? Because I know that campaigns often like to play in this to their benefit, but often the bank shots don't work and it can come back. So what campaigns, what's their role in clearing up a lot of the disinformation and misinformation?
I mean, everyone has their own style. The big thing now is political marketing, which, by the way, the actors that were attributed to the account I focus on, that's what they market themselves as.
Political marketing.
Political marketing. So using just everyday commercial marketing strategies to push a political candidate or an idea. And that's becoming a lot more common now instead of just traditional campaigning. So it's targeting an audience and trying to convince them of, this is the best thing for you, like a marketing campaign would.
What's going to turn the tide? I mean, I know you say getting to the source of the information. Is there something that you're waiting to see happen? Is it going to be an event? Is it going to be people migrating to other ways of getting information?
It's really hard to say. I think certain platforms, like Facebook, for instance, are going in the right direction. They label news outlets like saying it's linked to a certain government and so forth, and that's important to a reader because at least you know who's responsible for that content you're reading.
It's about the source.
It's about the source.
All right, so tell us, your talk is coming up. Where can we catch your full presentation on your research?
At 11:20 in Lagoon.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you, Dr. Q. And again, as we approach the midterms, this is going to continue to be something we'll focus on. And so this is a great way for us to start to rev up those conversations, something we'll be hearing much more about, and examples like this one. Thank you for that stark and important preview of all of that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before we get to our next guest, I'd like to remind everyone that these conversations are just a tiny taste of the deep technical information that's being presented here at Black Hat 2022. So, John Dwyer?
Yes.
John Dwyer, hi. Nice to meet you. And you are, based on my notes, Samir Koran?
Yes.
Koran, is that the correct spelling?
Korani.
Great. Well, welcome. Now, your presentation's coming up. You haven't presented quite yet, correct?
Yes, this afternoon.
This afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, you all are talking about a framework for threat hunting that it sounds like it's dummy proof. Anybody can come in and set this up. Maybe I'm oversimplifying a tad. So that sounds very interesting, and I'd like to get a feel, just first off, what are the bare basic minimum requirements an organization needs to stand up their own internal threat hunting program?
So that's a big question, actually.
Okay.
And that's actually what we're going to talk about a lot, like the foundational components of what a threat hunting program is. So you're talking about right out of the gate, how are you going to define what threat hunting means for your organization and why that should be a decision that is made internally and not something that you just pull off of the internet.
So threat hunting isn't just a generic, we need to find the bad guys trying to get in.
Right, yeah. It's our belief that organizations should build their own definition of threat hunting so that they have a goal to achieve that is tailored to them.
And data driven.
Right.
Okay. So talk to me, how did you find this framework? How did you develop it? What was the goal?
So it all came over years of work of interviewing various threat hunting teams over a 2-year period to identify what were the real difference makers for high performers versus middle of the pack versus low performers. And we identified areas in which, like the foundational aspects we're talking about, like why it's so important to have a mission for your threat hunting program and why you need to have a leader who's aligning your mission with that threat hunting program, why it means so much in the long term. And we released the framework as an opportunity to help the community to start threat hunting because
it's open source, right?
It's open, vendor agnostic, free, where it's going to be community driven to really try to elevate everyone because we're at a point right now where every organization really needs to be doing threat hunting.
At some level.
At some level, yes.
And this framework can really expand and contract to meet larger scale needs as well as smaller?
Yeah, so it's designed to start from 0 to 100, really. So like you could use it as an entire framework from day one to start threat hunting, or let's say you already have a threat hunting program and you just wanted to say, grab one module to say, maybe I need to improve my communication strategy to deliver our value to senior leadership. Maybe I need some advice to say, no one's going to care how good you are unless you can effectively explain how good you are, right? So we put all that stuff in the framework. It's like, how do you do a briefing? And what are good metrics? And how do you make a PowerPoint? And all those kind of things. Because it really does matter at the end of the day.
When you hear CISOs talk about their day-to-day problems, so much of it is communication driven.
Absolutely.
How do I talk to my board? How do I talk to all my various constituencies? So it's interesting that the framework helps them do that.
Yes, because there's most of the resources out there, if you go look, they're hyper-focused on the technical execution of finding something evil, which is important. It's very important. But that's one component of a whole organization, and if you do it right, there's some real magic you can make using threat hunting to deliver value into all areas of the organization.
So if we're going to baby step it, so first we're coming in and you're just going to say, find a goal. What is your goal? What are some good goals? You say,
so the goal is something should be adjusted to what organization is really willing to and want to do and invest in the threat hunting program itself. It should be customizable, and that's basically what we are trying to hone in on as well, is don't get stuck on the definitions given to you by somebody else. The aim is really to find the bad actors if they exist in your environment, but threat hunting really goes beyond finding the bad actors. It actually gives you the opportunity to find out the errors in the configurations, errors in your architectural designs, log designs, and a lot more value that it provides you than just finding out bad actors.
Okay.
And the materials that we were seeing is basically always emphasizes on find the bad actor. You are successful. That's not true. If you find the configuration issue, that could be potential attack vector to your organization, and as we have seen from the industrial control systems, it really could impact the community and the employees working in your environment. All of that matters, right?
Yeah.
So you take the needle in the right direction. That's what is important, and that's where you adjust the scope and goal of your threat hunting program to what exactly you are doing, what industry you are in.
And the customizable aspect of it is huge.
Exactly.
And then, so now what? Now I've got my goals. Now I need to stand up a threat hunting program.
Mm-hmm.
What's my next step?
So
I know it
I'll
depends.
let you talk about
Yeah.
So it's it walks you through it. So like after you've identified what threat hunting is going to mean for your organization, take this sentence, say, we want to be the driving force in automated adversary detections. In that one sentence, you have now set the parameters for your threat hunting program. And now you're making decisions based on that mission to say, okay, well, if I'm looking for automated detections, then I need to have a threat hunting process that integrates with some sort of automated detection strategy. So I'm making big decisions by setting the groundwork. And so Samir can talk a little bit about the process and why it's so important to have a process. But you know, what is next is it comes through like a pyramid, really, like where you're building things up from the beds. And at the very tippy top is where you're doing threat hunting, and it's supported by a whole bunch of different.
And unless all the layers are
right.
foundationally secure, all the. So talk to me about process. I mean,
as soon as you have the foundation, this basically people, that is where you need to hone in on next, right? You need a team that can do the work. How do you structure a team?
Which is hard to come by these days,
How do you staff a team? People ask that all the time, and so we put it in there. It's like, this is how you build a.
How do you do that? Where do you have a secret place you're finding geniuses, or?
Yeah, that's always going to be a secret sauce for every company. But then what we try to address is, what skills do you need? As a threat hunter, or I'm a newbie in the threat hunting business, what is it that I need to learn if I want to be a hunter? And that's where the information will be useful for the organizations to start laying out your job descriptions appropriately. If you are the person you want to be interested in this, you want to do that. Then, as we talked about the communication, the additional aspects of how your data is reliable in your environment to do the reliable threat hunting, all of that is the foundation pieces that are built around, as John mentioned, the pyramid that is being built. Once you have all those areas identified, then you can say that yes, we are ready with our team to do the threat hunting. And also that is a beast by itself. You have to break it down to smaller pieces. You need to identify what's relevant for your company, what's relevant for your technology, and then take it to the scheduling process. So all of these elements are planning, having your data, and having that scheduling process behind it.
Sounds like just plain old shoe leather. Like, just get all your ducks in a row, come up with a plan.
Yeah, you would think that. So that was shocking to me, and why, it's not the exciting work, which I think that's why
people thinking you get
the industry has focused on the super technical bits. But at the end of the day, what we really want to do is drive impact, and the other things when we're talking about building a process. Here is an example of how you build a process. How do you use something like, if you wanted to use ITIL, how do you use an ITIL and continuous improvement within your threat hunting program? When organizations do that, they crush it, and no one's talking about that. So we're trying to help a little bit.
Excellent. So what do you hope, when is your talk? It's this afternoon?
2:30.
2:30, do we know where? One of the rooms.
I don't remember.
2:30, look for them. What do you hope the takeaways are? Just that there is hope, there is a solution out there that can help you. What are you hoping everybody walks away with?
Love that question, because my hope is that the community takes this over to, what's be that rising tide that's raising all ships. So we know that we don't know everything. There's people smarter than us out there, but I think it's important to say, okay, we're going to take this first step. We're going to put this out here because we want to help. We need help as well. So my hope is that executives and threat hunters, they all start taking this thing in, adding their feedback, and start contributing.
How about you?
Yeah, same. It's basically, I 100% agree. It gets better with the community contributions, and more templates, more prototypes that we can have on this. We are going to make it better, and we are going to make it available and accessible to other community members. We see a lot of companies struggle with their threat hunting program, and at a different level of maturity, we want to help them all. And they can help us if they have already advanced it beyond us, right? So it's community working for community.
Love it. Okay. Well, I want to thank you both. I wish you well in your presentation. I'm sure it will be wonderful. And we appreciate the preview. Is there anything else that you want to say in closing? Anything else you want to add?
Nothing, just show up.
All right.
Come for the show.
All right. I love it. All right.
Contribute to our.
Yeah, contribute.
Contribute, yeah. Join the community.
Yes, absolutely.
I love it.
Thank
Well,
you for
thank
having
you,
us.
Samir. Thank you, John. I very much appreciate your time. We'd now like to welcome our next guest, Nick Landers. He is head of adversarial R&D at NetSPI. Nick is presenting his research this year on how Kerberos works and its potential security issues, including authentication bypass, sandbox escapes, and privileged arbitrary code execution. Hello, Nick. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So you just wrapped up your talk.
Yes, just barely.
Okay, just barely got here. Great. Yes. Well, we're thrilled that you're here. Thank you. Tell us a bit about, you say taking Kerberos to the next level.
Right.
What does that mean?
I think that Kerberos is a complicated protocol, and there's been a lot of work into deconstructing how it operates between hosts and servers. And I think there's been a little bit less deconstruction on the nuances in the protocol, especially as how a local machine handles it. So I think taking Kerberos to the next level is like considering Kerberos vulnerabilities for local privilege escalation and nuances to pack validation and all sorts of technicalities in the protocol that maybe don't get touched or glossed over in remote attacks.
And why did you focus on this? Why did you?
I think a bit opportunistic. James and I are both huge fans of Windows, and we got chatting about some of these vulnerabilities, and we were going back and forth. There was a lot of lineup tools he was writing, and we discovered some really interesting bugs, both ones he had submitted and ones that were just fixed yesterday. So it's been a long journey and 3 months of essentially digging into Kerberos, and I don't know, we felt like we had a lot we could share about the topic, and that's I think all the motivation that James and I needed.
Great. Now let's talk about the bugs you found. What did you see when you looked under the hood?
A lot of stuff, and so much of it we couldn't even touch on in the presentation.
Really?
The main bug we looked at was pack validation bypasses using user-to-user authentication, but issues go much deeper than that. We found issues with UAC. James found issues in code execution with remote credential guard. We looked at service account elevations. We actually have an extended slide deck that has some of that information, but the links at the end of the slides have a huge array of assorted issues and bugs across LSASS and the Kerberos protocol, all of which have been fixed in the last 3 to 4 months.
Excellent. Okay. So what do security teams need to know? Because Kerberos is ubiquitous, right?
Yeah.
It's everywhere. And so now that we know that it's potentially insecure and that there are fixes that need to be made, how should security teams view it?
We certainly went into some mitigations in the slides. I think Microsoft offers a lot of opportunities, flags you can enable, just additional protections, things like credential guard or disabling pack validation bypasses for service accounts. All of that good to enable. I think a fundamental understanding of Kerberos, despite its avoidance, right? It's a protocol you know you have to use and maybe you understand it a bit, but it's got a lot of confusing cryptography in it. And the better defenders start to understand how that cryptography comes into play and the full scope of the specification for Kerberos and its implementation, I think the better off they'll be. So practical mitigations in the slides, as well as just broad interest in understanding this protocol, because it will be the protocol of the future. NTLM will be deprecated and Kerberos will be the only thing you use to authenticate in Windows.
And why will Kerberos?
In theory, on paper, as with most things, it's better. It's it's more capable. It's got better security design in it. And although we found issues in it, it shouldn't be shortcomings on a long track record of a protocol that will have lots of improvements. So Microsoft is interested in getting rid of NTLM, bringing in Kerberos. It's been that plan for the last 20 years, and eventually they'll get to it. But yeah, better on paper, and I actually do think it does better in the real world too.
What kind of timeline do you think?
I heard recently that there's some engineers at Microsoft that are working hard to get NTLM deprecated. A lot of the recent attacks with Certify and ADCS vulnerabilities that people from the SpectreOps groups found is kind of pushing along that change and getting large enterprises to finally commit. I would say in the next 5 to 10 years, I would expect NTLM to be completely gone, but rare.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. So you were talking a little bit about how your work, some of the goals in your work is to take these technical details and sort of reveal their secrets for the rest of us. Tell me about that philosophy and tell me about how that impacts your work.
Yeah, I think I get questions from a lot of people. I came from a consulting company. I still work at one, and I was an operator, so I did red team engagements. And I get a lot of people who are super interested in research and they want to start digging into these technologies and they are really passionate about it. And my best advice is, don't go in looking for vulnerabilities necessarily, go in looking for understanding. Like what you're doing is assessing a piece of software built by a group of engineers or one engineer, and they had an entire mentality with it, and once you can get into their headspace and understand what it's supposed to do, then you can start thinking about what are its holes, right? It's like I can't attack something I don't know.
You have to understand how it looks when it's good.
Yes, and so James and I have a huge passion for that, and I think we try to reflect that in our presentation. Like it's not just about the bugs, it's about us breaking down the whole research process and showing you all sorts of internals that may or may not be useful, but we find fascinating because we're both engineers.
You say you're a Windows fan. What does that mean for us that don't speak that language, and why?
I don't know. I'm not sure that there really needs to be much competition more than specific security researchers who are really passionate about the platform they research. I mean, I could barely understand people if they were to talk about the same level of vulnerabilities I talk about, but for Linux or Mac OS. I find that fascinating. I'm a fan because I grew up in a consulting world where we attacked business networks, and Windows is predominantly in business networks. James effectively did software engineering for Windows subsystems like comms, so I think it's a built-in passion, and I don't,
And James is your colleague and co-presenter.
Yes, I apologize. Yeah,
No.
James Forshaw from Project Zero and I gave the presentation just for introduction.
Excellent. So what are you going to be looking at next now that you've taken Kerberos totally apart? What's next?
I think probably the next opportunistic thing, Kerberos may still be on the docket a little bit. Like James actually demoed an issue at the end of the presentation today that will be another bug to be fixed, sort of a bypass for the fixes Microsoft implemented yesterday. So I think Kerberos will continue to live on in there. Yeah, nothing immediately comes to mind, but I'm sure by next Monday or something I'll have a new item I want to dig into.
A new passion
yes,
project.
Shiny rock, as they call it.
Okay, great. Now, patches are out, fixes
Yes.
are available. What else do security teams need to know?
Nothing much. I mean, read through the slides, get a rough understanding of Kerberos, patch your machines, follow Microsoft's recommended guidance, enable things like Device Guard. I think you'll be pretty set. I mean, obviously we like to find vulnerabilities, but for the purpose of making things more secure long term. So, there's nothing significant that needs to change. People just need to keep doing their thing, and we'll keep researching these problems and pushing Microsoft to get them fixed.
Excellent. So now that your talk is over with and you can now probably relax a little bit, what are some of the other things here at Black Hat you're looking forward to seeing? Is there anything on your list? Or?
Yeah, lots of briefings. Obviously, you get a pool of great researchers who are all giving talks at different times, and it's frustrating sometimes when your slots overlap. You can't see their talk, obviously, because you're presenting. But yeah, some briefings today, and at the end of the day, it's been a long time not being in Vegas, so I think just catching up with friends and trying to learn how to be social again with people who I like chatting technical stuff with.
Wonderful. Well, I want to thank you so much. Let's go ahead and switch to talking about. Have you seen the NOC yet?
A little bit. I'm somewhat familiar with the people who run it, and I've seen it many years before, but
I'm
not this year.
interested in that. I haven't gotten down there yet. I was interested to see. Okay, well, great. And then so I think that we've covered everything. Where can people find your slides, find out more about your work?
The slides will be posted by Black Hat, so I think they plan something the next morning. So yeah, stay tuned for that. And the slides contain social contacts for James and I. If you want to reach out and say something, we're pretty easy to find.
And you'll put all the technical details of the bugs you found?
Yep. Yeah, actually the slides we went through in the presentation is a shorter version than the one that will be released. So the one Black Hat will release will actually have a lot of stuff we weren't able to cover and slides that we had to cut out for time. So definitely check that out, even if you saw the presentation.
Even if you saw it, there's still more?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I hope you have some time to rest now after your blockbuster morning.
Thank you.
I want to thank Nick for helping us understand his findings. I'd like to welcome Dr. Sandra Kinkosis, also known as Dr. Q. She is here at the news desk. She is a senior intelligence analyst with Nisos, and she's going to discuss her research into how social media disinformation campaign was able to impact the 2022 Colombian election. So welcome, Dr. Q. We're thrilled that you're here.
Thank you, it's an honor.
Of course. I just wanted to get started. Your findings, they talked about how the campaign was successful because of a combination of both disinformation as well as factual information. So maybe you could talk about how that sort of bolsters the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. So this particular account that we attributed, that we unmasked, basically was able to infiltrate Colombia-based Twitter discussions by using domestic hashtags that were used by supporters of the candidate that they were promoting for the election.
Okay.
And what they would do besides that is also mix true information with false information. And our team believes that about if 2% of the information that's posted is fake, or it's not necessarily true, or it can be perceived in a way that's not accurate, and the rest of it is, it's a really good way to gain trust. And so when you do put out information that isn't necessarily true, it can be perceived differently, that in a way that's misleading. It's just easier to do so, and you could go on for a long time without getting caught.
So okay, that's interesting. So did the campaign ultimately work? Did it have the intended outcome?
We certainly believe it was an important factor because it was able to infiltrate Colombia-based discussions. So we saw that it had success in doing so during anti-government protests last year. And it just continued its messaging.
And the intention of the campaign was to get a particular candidate elected, correct?
Correct.
And so did it work? Did the candidate get elected?
He did. He was inaugurated earlier this week.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Okay. So what have we learned? And what are the lessons that we can take, more broadly? I know this goes on in many other countries,
Yes.
Especially these Twitter hashtags and infiltrating these political conversations. What are the lessons?
The lessons, we believe, is if we focus solely on content, we'll always be reactive. But if you know the source of the information that you're seeing, and if things don't quite look grassroots, it's probably worth investigating. And understanding the source would help you come in front of tackling these campaigns rather than being responsive.
But some of these people are really good at hiding
Yes.
the source of this, right?
Yes.
So are there any clues or telltale signs that you would say maybe this information indicates it's part of a wider disinformation campaign?
Yeah, you would have to do a series of processes in the research, look at the content analysis, not just what it puts out, but how people respond to it as well, because if they're not making the mistakes, it's likely others will, and reveal who it might be if it's not apparent upfront.
So what do citizens need to know? I mean, what are some of the, just as everyday consumers of social media and also enterprise, when they're trying to message out there too, what are some of the best practices and things we need to know?
Just for people to keep in mind that everything that's posted on the internet is with intention, and the only way you know intention is if you understand the source of where that information is coming from.
And so chatter and hashtags trending on Twitter, those aren't necessarily a good news source, is what you're saying.
Basically, yes. It's not very reliable up until now because it can easily be manipulated.
Now, what made you look at this campaign in particular?
We were looking at human rights violations on a global scale, and I'm a Spanish speaker, so my team was looking at Latin America, a region of the world that's often overlooked in global news. So we came across this really random account with no identifiable information that was so influential in the narratives. So we thought it'd be fun to.
And so
unmask.
influential, it was driving a lot of conversations. It was the initiator of hashtags.
It
that
was
kind of thing?
riding on the hashtag train, basically. So if something did originate grassroots, it picked up on it and also just amplified it further in order to cause further instability to be able to get the preferred candidate.
So it was the traction of the account that really drew your attention.
Yes.
Okay, and so tell me really what was the disinformation and what was the factual, if you can give us just sort of a piece of how the disinformation campaign worked.
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, there were anti-government protests in Colombia in May 2021 mostly, and it was using domestic hashtags to bring attention to its posts. And during that time, what it was, it's high emotion moments, so people are on edge, everyone's paying attention to social media for news, and it would basically post anti-government content that wasn't necessarily true. One example that I'll show in my presentation, it accused the anti-riot police of running over protesters, and Associated Press looked into this and other media outlets, and it wasn't true. So
wow. Yeah. And so did they just say, anecdotally, we heard that this happened? Did they fabricate evidence, or?
They posted a really small clip of the video, not even the entirety of it, and was trying to really frame the narrative that the government at the time, which isn't it was, you know, the preferred government for the United States in the relationship.
Understood.
Yeah, it made them look bad, basically.
It made them look bad.
Yeah.
And so, what was the reaction amongst the Colombian population?
Anger.
They were
Anger.
furious.
It definitely added fuel to the fire. Yeah.
And so that, do you think that was sort of the defining moment in the campaign? Did that turn the tide? Were there others?
I think for this particular account, it was extremely important because people wanted to follow it more to get similar content. There's that shock factor, which is a really important strategy in disinformation operations.
Where you think you're getting inside info.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so what, again, we're coming up on the midterms here in the US, and there's certainly plenty of disinformation and misinformation out there. What are some of the common strategies you're seeing maybe here in the US that mirror much of what's going on in Latin America?
Definitely on the social media side, you're seeing much more engagements, I would say. I haven't really looked too much into it on the US side, but social media is a really important aspect of what we're seeing, and also that shock factor, because I don't know if others are familiar, but there have been really shocking videos of candidates putting out promotional campaign videos of shooting up, you know, what they consider political opposition.
Yes.
And so forth. So unfortunately, that's becoming a trend as well, but it gets eyes.
Well, sure. And how many of us have been on Twitter and gone, "Oh my God, you have to look at this."
Right.
You know,
the shock factor is extremely important.
Okay.
Yeah.
What role do campaigns have in this? Because I know that campaigns often like to play in this to their benefit, but often the bank shots don't work, and it can come back. So what campaigns? What's their role in clearing up a lot of the disinformation and misinformation?
I mean, everyone has their own style. The big thing now is political marketing, which, by the way, the actors that were attributed to the account I focus on, that's what they market themselves as.
Political marketing.
Political marketing. So using just everyday commercial marketing strategies to push a political candidate or an idea. And that's becoming a lot more common now instead of just traditional campaigning. So it's targeting an audience and trying to convince them of, you know, this is the best thing for you, like a marketing campaign would.
What's going to turn the tide? I mean, I know you say getting to the source of the information. Is there something that you're waiting to see happen? Is it going to be an event? Is it going to be people migrating to other ways of getting information?
It's really hard to say. I think certain platforms, like Facebook, for instance, are going in the right direction. They label news outlets like saying it's linked to a certain government and so forth, and that's important to a reader because at least you know who's responsible for that content you're reading.
It's about the source.
It's about the source.
All right, so tell us, your talk is coming up. Where can we catch your full presentation on your research?
At 11:20 in Lagoon.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you, Dr. Q. And again, as we approach the midterms, this is going to continue to be something we'll focus on. And so this is a great way for us to start to rev up those conversations, something we'll be hearing much more about, and examples like this one. Thank you for that stark and important preview of all of that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before we get to our next guest, I'd like to remind everyone that these conversations are just a tiny taste of the deep technical information that's being presented here at Black Hat 2022. So, John Dwyer?
Yes.
John Dwyer, hi. Nice to meet you. And you are, based on my notes, Samir Koran?
Yes.
Koran, is that the correct spelling?
Korani.
Great. Well, welcome. Now, your presentation's coming up. You haven't presented quite yet, correct?
Yes, this afternoon.
This afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, you all are talking about a framework for threat hunting that it sounds like it's dummy proof. Anybody can come in and set this up. Maybe I'm oversimplifying a tad. So that sounds very interesting, and I'd like to get a feel, just first off, What are the bare basic minimum requirements an organization needs to stand up their own internal threat hunting program?
So that's a big question, actually.
Okay.
And that's actually what we're going to talk about a lot, like the foundational components of what a threat hunting program is. So you're talking about right out of the gate, how are you going to define what threat hunting means for your organization and why that should be a decision that is made internally and not something that you just pull off of the internet.
So threat hunting isn't just a generic, we need to find the bad guys trying to get in.
Right, yeah. It's our belief that organizations should build their own definition of threat hunting so that they have a goal to achieve that is tailored to them.
And data driven.
Right.
Okay. So talk to me, how did you find this framework? How did you develop it? What was the goal?
So it all came over years of work of interviewing various threat hunting teams over a 2-year period to identify what were the real difference makers for high performers versus middle of the pack versus low performers. And we identified areas in which, like the foundational aspects we're talking about, like why it's so important to have a mission for your threat hunting program and why you need to have a leader who's aligning your mission with that threat hunting program, why it means so much in the long term. And we released the framework as an opportunity to help the community to start threat hunting because
it's open source, right?
It's open, vendor agnostic, free, where it's going to be community driven to really try to elevate everyone because we're at a point right now where every organization really needs to be doing threat hunting.
At some level.
At some level, yes.
And this framework can really expand and contract to meet larger scale needs as well as smaller?
Yeah, so it's designed to start from 0 to 100, really. So like you could use it as an entire framework from day one to start threat hunting, or let's say you already have a threat hunting program and you just wanted to say, grab one module to say, maybe I need to improve my communication strategy to deliver our value to senior leadership. Maybe I need some advice to say, no one's going to care how good you are unless you can effectively explain how good you are, right? So we put all that stuff in the framework. It's like, how do you do a briefing? And what are good metrics? And how do you make a PowerPoint? And all those kind of things. Because it really does matter at the end of the day.
When you hear CISOs talk about their day-to-day problems, so much of it is communication driven.
Absolutely.
How do I talk to my board? How do I talk to all my various constituencies? So it's interesting that the framework helps them do that.
Yes, because there's most of the resources out there, if you go look, they're hyper-focused on the technical execution of finding something evil, which is important. It's very important. But that's one component of a whole organization, and if you do it right, there's some real magic you can make using threat hunting to deliver value into all areas of the organization.
So if we're going to baby step it, so first we're coming in and you're just going to say, find a goal. What is your goal? What are some good goals? You say,
so the goal is something should be adjusted to what organization is really willing to and want to do and invest in the threat hunting program itself. It should be customizable, and that's basically what we are trying to hone in on as well, is don't get stuck on the definitions given to you by somebody else. The aim is really to find the bad actors if they exist in your environment, but threat hunting really goes beyond finding the bad actors. It actually gives you the opportunity to find out the errors in the configurations, errors in your architectural designs, log designs, and a lot more value that it provides you than just finding out bad actors.
Okay.
And the material emphasizes on find the bad actor. You are successful. That's not true. If you find the configuration issue that could be potential attack vector to your organization, and as we have seen from the industrial control systems, it really could impact the community and the employees working in your environment. All of that matters, right?
Yeah.
So you take the needle in the right direction. That's what is important. And that's where you adjust the scope and goal of your threat hunting program to what exactly you are doing, what industry you are in.
And the customizable aspect of it is huge.
Exactly.
And then, so now what? Now I've got my goals. Now I need to stand up a threat hunting program. What's my next step?
So
I know it
I'll
depends.
let you talk about. Yeah. So it walks you through it. So like after you've identified what threat hunting is going to mean for your organization, take this sentence, say, we want to be the driving force in automated adversary detections. In that one sentence, you have now set the parameters for your threat hunting program. And now you're making decisions based on that mission to say, okay, well, if I'm looking for automated detections, then I need to have a threat hunting process that integrates with some sort of automated detection strategy. So I'm making big decisions by setting the groundwork. And so Samir can talk a little bit about the process and why it's so important to have a process. But what is next is it comes through like a pyramid, really, like where you're building things up from the beds. And at the very tippy top is where you're doing threat hunting, and it's supported by a whole bunch of different.
And unless all the layers are
right.
foundationally secure, all the. So talk to me about process. I mean,
as soon as you have the foundation, this basically people, that is where you need to hone in on next, right? You need a team that can do the work. How do you structure a team?
Which is hard to come by these days, huh?
How do you staff a team? People ask that all the time, and so we put it in there. It's like, this is how you build a.
How do you do that? Do you have a secret place you're finding geniuses, or?
Yeah, that's always going to be a secret sauce for every company. But then what we try.
Welcome back, everyone, to Dark Reading's News Desk, live from Black Hat 2023. I'm Becky Brackett, editor with Dark Reading. We're glad to have you join us for our series of conversations about the latest research being presented from the conference. Next up, I am thrilled to welcome Dustin Childs. He's back again this year to the Dark Reading News Desk, and he'll be talking about his Pwn2Own hacking contest and more. Hello.
Hi, Becky. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so give us an update on Pwn2Own and how it's going down here at Black Hat.
Sure. It's been a great year for Pwn2Own. In Vancouver, in the March, we gave away a Tesla as well as $350,000 for the folks from Synactive who hacked that. It was $1 million show over 3 days, so that was fantastic. In October, we've got Pwn2Own Toronto coming up. That's our consumer-focused one. Last year, we introduced the concept of the Soho smash-up category. So that's when you start from the external interface of a wireless router. You have to compromise the router and then pivot to something else internal to the network, a printer, a smart speaker, a NAS device. So it's really like the home office that we all now work in. It shows how an attacker can come from outside to really compromise your internal network at your house or your small office. And then we announced we're doing a new thing. In January, we are going back to Tokyo for Pwn2Own Automotive. So beyond just Teslas, beyond just vehicles, we're looking at the systems of systems around EVs. So we'll have ChargePoint EV stations there, we'll have ECUs, we'll have head units from like Alpine and Sony, as well as a bunch of other targets. Tesla has signed on as a sponsor, so we're thrilled for that. And cars these days are systems of systems. I just learned that there's automotive grade Linux. I had no idea that there was automotive grade Linux. And
I only knew it because I had a couple of researchers here earlier.
There you go. But apparently if you've been driving a Mazda like from 2015 or newer, you're driving automotive grade Linux. So we want to see what is the state of the art of the research when it comes to EVs and their components, especially the charging stations. I think that's an area where people really haven't looked at, and there's a lot of voltage in those things. So,
what could somebody do with a charging station under their control?
well, I mean, the most severe thing that they could do is they actually could somehow start a fire. I mean, because you're looking at a lot of electricity running through that.
Yeah.
So if you were to remove the safeguards and things around that, I don't know if that's very likely. I hope it isn't. But you could also potentially damage the vehicle by either undercharging or overcharging it, depending on what it's going. So, I mean, there's the applications used by the chargers themselves. There's low energy Bluetooth, which they use. There's the OCPP protocol, which they use to communicate on the internet. So there's all this attack surface, and we really don't know.
It hasn't even been investigated.
Hasn't really been investigated very much, so we're going to put a lot of money out there, invite people to Tokyo, and then show us what they can do.
Well, I'm excited to see what they can do.
I am too.
It's a lot of bread to put up. So
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty great. Okay, well, let's pivot a little bit.
Sure.
Since you are our vulnerability guru, which is easier said than done, tell us about the vulnerabilities. You mentioned middleware and you mentioned files, bugs in file format. Talk to me about those and why they're emerging and what we're doing about it.
Sure, Becky. So one of the things that we've seen this year is we've seen bugs reported in middleware in the past. This year, we're seeing them being exploited in the wild. And really the first one was PaperCut. And a lot of people had never heard of PaperCut until it started getting exploited, but come to find out like every university in North America uses PaperCut. And then I'm sure you've heard of MoveIt. Then that happened. And again, I had never heard of MoveIt until it zero-dayed and it got really ramped up. And then we started buying bugs in MoveIt as well. And that's really what we're seeing. It's like the desktop and the perimeter are relatively solid at these days, but it's this interconnected tissue in the middle, that soft nougaty center, if you want to think of it that way, that hasn't had a lot of people looking at it. It hasn't had a lot of research done in that area. And attackers are starting to see this now and starting to see that it's a soft target and they can go after it, and it's a huge attack surface.
We're finding out every day with the headlines. I've been covering it. And I've also been covering bugs in file formats, especially images. I'm seeing a lot this year.
Images, well, that's the interesting thing about file formats these days is there's so many applications that can open so many different types of file formats. So if you take just a JPEG and list out all of the things that can open a JPEG, it's astonishing. Same for PDFs, same for Word docs or Excel files. We have AutoCAD software that's opening Excel files for some reason. And if you have a specially crafted PDF, for example, that can go a long way. And images, like you say, are another area where everybody wants to see an image, whether it's an email or in this document. They all want to be able to open these images. And there's so many image formats out there. Not every application is opening very smartly. And you get a lot of applications that are vulnerable to these file formats because they are not following all of the specifications or they don't understand the specification. Or there's some one-off scenario, the way they open it. And the result is code execution when you open a file.
Yeah. Okay. You were mentioning the poor quality of security updates is on your mind these days, so let's talk about that.
Yeah, it still is. Last year, we came to Black Hat and we talked about the poor quality of updates and how we were going to start introducing shorter timelines for what we consider to be failed patches.
Right.
We've started doing that, and that has yet to really show any improvement, and if anything, I would say the quality of patches across the industry continues to decline.
Why?
That's a really hard question to answer. I think the biggest reason is it's hard. For one, people don't want to invest in the sustained engineering, they want to invest in the next product. They also don't have a lot of accountability there's no users clamoring for heads to roll when there's a bad patch, they just want the next patch. Right. So it's kind of both a lack of accountability and a lack of, really people don't want to do it. So I really think it's going to come to a situation in the very near future where one of two entities is going to get really involved, and one is legislation, and there's going to be some legislation introduced to have a min bar for security patches. The other one is cyber insurance. Because say, for example, you apply a patch and that patch is easily bypassed and your enterprise gets compromised, and then you file an insurance claim for $250 million of damages, which is a quarter of the largest insurance claim that's ever been awarded, so really very realistic. If I'm a cyber insurer and I understand that scenario, I can see a good possibility where the cyber insurance starts going after the vendors to get reimbursed for liability because it was a bad patch that allowed that attacker to go through.
Let me ask you this, because I I hear a lot about how cyber insurance is sort of this quasi-entity putting guardrails in on these things and really pushing for changes and pushing for shoring up defense. Is that too much to ask of cybersecurity? It seems almost like because it's a business and an easy dollar attached sell to the C-suite, that are we asking them to do too much, and are we putting a lot of eggs in a basket of insurers that are not techie or interested in paying out?
Yeah, I attended a cyber insurance conference earlier this year, and it was very eye-opening for me because it is a very immature industry. Like, I sat with a couple people and they were talking, and like, let me just bounce a couple words off you, see if it means anything. Sasser, Blaster, Conficker, and they're like, nope, got nothing. And they just don't have this historical knowledge.
Yeah.
I do think it's good that we're trying to set a minimum bar. Like, to get cyber insurance, you have to have a vulnerability management program. You have to have this, you have to have
playbook.
that. Yeah, you have to have a playbook. You have to have, an incident response vendor at least on call, that sort of thing. So I think we need to refine what that is, and I think we're going to go through a few years of pendulum swings, one way or the other, too much, not enough, as we do this. Hopefully we can get on that sweet spot, for the baby bear in the bed where it's comfortable.
Right. Okay. Now we just have a couple of minutes left. I wanted to ask you about ZDI's partnership with Microsoft. Microsoft is getting a lot of flack, and they're aware by all reports that they need to do some work. What are they doing, and what is your impression of what they can do and are doing?
So I'm not here to bash Microsoft in their response. I used to work at Microsoft. I used to be in MSRC and shipped updates. I shipped the Conficker update. Actually, it was my case. So I feel a lot for them. They know they have problems, and one of the things that we talked about with Microsoft here at this conference is what can we as ZDI do to help improve the process? So we're looking at different things, whether it be API improvements, whether it be monthly meetings, whether it be just re-education for certain things, to help improve the process, to help the quality of patches, help the quality of the updates that go out. They know they have issues, but what can the community do besides just shout from the ivory tower? It's like, you guys stink.
Yeah.
I mean, that's easy to do.
Not helpful either.
But really, it's not helpful, but what can we do to make them better? Because obviously, these Microsoft updates impact everyone. It impacts their customers, it impacts our customers, your readers, So what can we do to make the world a better place? And ZDI is essentially the biggest contributor to Microsoft when it comes to vulnerability reports. So we are uniquely positioned to really help them, and we're invested in doing that. And that's something that we want to do, and we want to do that for the whole industry as well. I mean, we don't just hold Microsoft accountable, but we try to hold everyone equally accountable, including Trend Micro. So we don't take ourselves off the hook either.
Wonderful. Well, there aren't very many people I could do quite that ring around the entire cybersecurity industry in 10 minutes or less, so I thank you for your expertise and your time.
No problem, Becky. Always happy to be here and talk with you.
All right, we'll see you again next year.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, right now we are going to take a quick break, but please don't go away. The news desk will return with Terry Sweeney and even more of the latest live from Black Hat 2023.
Welcome back. It's Black Hat, it's Las Vegas, so it must be the Dark Reading News Desk. I'm Terry Sweeney with Dark Reading, and I am glad to welcome to the news desk both Casey Ellis, founder, chairman, and CTO of BugCrowd, along with his colleague Dave Gary, CEO of BugCrowd. Gentlemen, thanks for taking some time to talk to us.
Thanks for having us here. This is awesome.
Appreciate you being here.
Absolutely.
Casey, let's start with you. Talk about why crowdsourced cybersecurity is important and given today's threat landscape, and specifically how BugCrowd fills the gaps there.
For sure. I mean, the reason it's important is that cybersecurity is fundamentally a human problem. Like technology just makes it go faster.
Sure.
Right? You think about the idea of someone leaving their front door unlocked and someone else coming along and taking advantage of that. That predates the internet by a couple of thousand years at least, right? So what we've done is sped it up, and given that acceleration, given the fact that there's so much internet to protect at this point in time, you really need access to an army of allies to outsmart an army of adversaries and apply creativity into security gaps.
Right.
So what we do as an organization is basically plug in the incredible community of hackers that are out there that operate in good faith with all of the different problems that customers might have now and into the future as well.
Excellent. BugCrowd has recently released a report titled "Inside the Mind of a Hacker." It's a provocative title.
It is.
Talk about some of the top findings and what you think it's important for cybersecurity professionals to know.
Yeah, so we had a focus on AI and machine learning. Like that's obviously topic du jour, and something that has kind of been dumped on the collective, consciousness of the internet over the past 6 months or so. Two of the things that came back that were really interesting was 50% roughly of the hackers that we surveyed saying that AI was going to dramatically improve and actually kind of facilitate their ability to do their thing as a hacker. But at the same time, 72% of them said that they don't expect AI to replace human creativity at any point in the future, right? And I think the main reason for that is that we're all here because of a creative adversary. If we solve all these problems with AI, they're not going to pack up and go home. They're going to innovate past that, and this is where that kind of cat and mouse, game comes into play. The other one that I really liked was the fact that there was a doubling of participation from people under 18. That's actually the first time that we've seen that, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there anything in regard to the emerging idea of offensive security in the wake of so much AI technology that's enabling otherwise law-abiding and relatively benign end-user organizations taking the fight back to the attackers?
Yeah, definitely. That's really kind of the purpose of the crowd in the first place, is to actually counteract that. Right? So what they're doing and how they're using their tooling, the way that works and the way that we engage it and kind of unleash that creativity onto the demand side is basically because they're learning and trying all the same things. So the kind of tooling innovation that you see on the adversary side, the white hats are doing that too.
Well, I think too, that's where the value of the diversity of the crowd, right? You talked about the fact that we see this young cohort that's growing, and we're seeing this next generation of security talent come into the fold, and platforms like BugCrowd are uniquely positioned to help with that, right? We give folks the outlet that they can legally do this, that they can learn new skills, that they can adapt. They realize they don't need a set of credentials. They don't need a university degree, right? They can come to us or come to other platforms like us and be able to learn and adapt and hone their skills that ultimately lead to incredibly rewarding careers and great livelihoods.
Sure. So let's talk more about that bug bounty issue. Dave Gary, I'm wondering if you could address some of the challenges that T-Mobile was facing when they approached you seeking a bug bounty platform. What was it that led them ultimately to choose BugCrowd?
So we're super excited to partner with T-Mobile. They were just at our booth recently doing a big announcement. We've got parties with them tonight. They're excited to engage with the hacker community and the researchers. And really it comes down to tapping into the ingenuity that exists within that group, right? We talk about our tagline, Ingenuity Unleashed. And that's really the creativity and the talent that exists in that hacker community. And T-Mobile has done a phenomenal job relaunching and rebuilding this bug bounty program. We're super excited to be a part of their journey. They're taking security incredibly seriously as an organization. They want this to be at the forefront of what they do. They believe and understand in the criticality of the customer data and all of the privacy issues that surround what we all do on our phones, right? If you think about everything that you do on your mobile device, it tells you a lot about who you are. You have health data, you have personal communication, you have conversations, right? Whatever else it may be. And they're really stepping up to the forefront of making sure that security is at the core of what they do and a core piece of the culture within the business. And that's been a big shift, right? As we've seen these organizations come on board, a bug bounty program isn't something that just exists and is one-off and it runs within the security organization. This is something that becomes part of the DNA and the culture of the business around actually soliciting and asking for feedback from this hacker community that if you think about 15 or 20 years ago, there wasn't even a security department, never mind raising your hand and saying, please come and get me and find these vulnerabilities. So that's really where folks like T-Mobile have come to us. They looked at another program, they had programs running, but ultimately they switched to BugCrowd because they believe that we're the right partner as they rebuild and relaunch that program and they start to scale the program. I know you've been a big piece of this, Casey. Anything that you would add to that?
I love what you said there about the shift towards a culture of like understanding that vulnerabilities happen.
Right.
So as an organization, you do everything you can to prevent them. When you find them, you do everything you can to fix them as quickly as possible.
Sure.
But you also acknowledge the fact that humans write code and humans make mistakes. So like the fact that that's going to happen is kind of a product of human creativity as well.
Right.
Therefore, do everything you can to identify this stuff, shift it, and actually shift the cultural kind of perception of that to acceptance and moving forward on that to fix things up and prevent them instead of not.
Yeah, Casey, say more about the components of a successful bug bounty program. What are some essentials there?
Yeah, well, payments for starters.
Well, that's always good.
Obviously,
Yeah.
hackers want to get paid. Everyone's got to eat. And I think in general, the way that works is that the more you offer from a payment standpoint, the more engagement you'll get, and generally the broader the bench you'll engage. So if you've got hard targets, a higher reward's appropriate. Second thing would be responsiveness. So when you receive a report, making sure you get back to people quickly. There's nothing worse as a security researcher than feeling like you're shouting into a black hole. The third thing is fairness. So just making sure that you're basically sticking to what you set out in your bounty brief so that when people engage, they're feeling like they're being treated fairly, and that builds trust in the program over time. So that's obviously the companies that run these programs, they need to do that themselves. But that's a big part of what we help them with as BugCrowd as well.
An organization like T-Mobile is an obvious choice to be doing a bug bounty kind of program. I'm wondering if there are other criteria that companies or organizations can look for to decide, should we be doing this or not? I mean, size, scale, reach, of course, are considerations. Are there other industry sectors or other considerations that make somebody well suited for a bug bounty program?
That's a really great question. I think what I would say is that these two ideas get confused often, but a vulnerability disclosure program, which is like a bug bounty program, but it's more of a neighborhood watch exercise. You're going out there and saying, hey, if you see something, say something. There isn't payments involved, you're not incentivizing that, but if something happens out there, people know how to get it to you. I think that everyone should be doing that. Like, we're at a point in time where that's being regulated, there's peer pressure on it, and I think it's an expectation of being on the internet, right? But with bug bounty programs, I think that really it comes down to the maturity of the organization to actually do something with the reports. Once they're in a position to actually receive that kind of input and act on it quickly, and act on it in a prioritized way, they're not kind of thrashing around any time a bug comes in, that's when you're ready to do it. And I think the journey to that oftentimes for our customers involves crawling, then walking, then running. Right? So we'll start off with a private program or even like a crowdsourced pen test. We'll run a VDP alongside that and then gradually kind of warm them up to the idea of a public bug bounty program as they evolve. And going back to even some of the stuff you said before around the cultural shifts, that's a part of it too.
Yeah, I think the culture plays a really big role, right? I mean, security has to be a core of who the organization is and who they want to become.
Right.
And they need to understand that it's okay to go slowly, right? We're never going to encourage a client to go all in on day one. We understand that one, they need to have a successful security program in place. This is a part of the maturity as they continue to adapt and continue to grow. And we'll be with them every step of that way, right? We don't need it all to be on day one.
Yep, 100%.
Dave, real briefly, what are some of the key trends that you're really tracking these
Yeah.
days that both Black Hat attendees as well as folks who may be listening remotely need to be really mindful of?
Well, I think we've talked about a lot of them already, right? I think one of the big ones is the role that AI is going to continue to play in security, both on how do we help enable the defender to be more efficient, to be more productive, and also what is this going to mean from an adversary standpoint, and what does this then enable and empower them to go do, and how as an industry do we come together to put some guardrails around that, right? We're going to see a lot of that coming out of DEF CON later on this week, where there's going to be a lot around generative AI and how does that play a role in both the offensive and defensive side of security. We're really excited about the continued mix of diversity within the community that we see.
Yeah.
So from a hacker community standpoint, we're continuing to see that the metrics are getting better, both from an age perspective, from a geography perspective. We have a lot more work to do in the gender gap, so there's going to be something that as an organization we're committed to helping fix. It's going to take us time to get there, but that's something we're serious about. And then I think the last one is really around how we're seeing organizations want to tap into the hacker community. And that's something that still is a developing space, right? As we talked about earlier, you never would have thought that this was going to happen. So we're seeing that that's coming to the forefront of how they're thinking about security, and they're seeing this as an opportunity to engage successfully, to get to know members of the community, to solicit help, and ultimately roll that into their program.
Yeah, I completely agree. The one thing that I would add to that as well is just a really accelerating kind of sense of interest in the policy side of all of this.
Right.
You know, the idea of like, we're talking about technology, we're talking about the acceleration of technology and securing it as it accelerates, but then there's this political landscape around it that moves a lot more slowly.
Sure.
So the idea of like, how can you make sure that you've got an environment where hackers that are operating in good faith feel safe to do that, and that the rules around that are clear. Yeah, that's something that we've been involved in as a company, that I've been involved in personally, as have a ton of others for a long time. But what's happening now is there's a new cohort of hackers and security people that actually want to put their hand to the plow to make those things better as well, which is really cool to see. That wasn't always true.
Yeah,
it was usually a couple of dozen nerds in the room, and went from there. Now it's rolling up.
Well, Casey and Dave, thank you so much for coming by the Dark Reading News Desk. Some great and fresh insights around the bug bounty space, as well as the shape of the threat landscape. Appreciate you joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys.
A ton of fun.
We've been talking with Casey Ellis and Dave Gary of BugCrowd. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat 2023. I'm Terry Sweeney, contributing editor with Dark Reading, and I'm delighted to welcome back to the news desk Sumedh Thakar, President and CEO of Qualys. Sumedh, nice to see you again.
Terry, thank you for having me. Always a pleasure being here.
Appreciate you doing this. Translating customer needs into effective solutions is a hallmark of any successful cybersecurity vendor. Share an example of how Qualys goes about this.
Yeah, so if you take the evolution of what is happening in IT today, we started with customers using systems that were provided to them, which is now transformed into every single company in the world has become a software developer. Every government has become a software developer.
Sure.
So customers are now not only struggling with what do I do with the software I've installed from other vendors, how do I deal with the software that I'm developing and all the threats that come from it, which is sort of the first party software that everybody develops. And so an example of the evolution and the innovation that Qualys has been doing is last week we launched the ability for us to do a first-party software risk assessment capability, which now empowers customers to not only look at the risk that is coming from the CVEs reporting in third-party software, but also the ability for them to track, manage, and mitigate the findings and vulnerabilities that comes from their own software, which now, by the way, is becoming 50% of the software installed on any asset is not the third-party software. It's actually your own code that is running, which creates risk to the environment.
Well, the challenges with the software supply chain in general are well documented. This sounds like this really is designed to address that issue.
Yeah, and everybody looks at the software supply chain, your open source software that you're using, and so this really helps to bridge that gap between the third-party stuff that's packaged somebody's giving you versus what you are developing using third-party software or using open source in your own code, and so now you can get a holistic view of that, and so the software supply chain includes your own code that creates risk for you as well, which is very custom to you, right?
Yes.
It's not a CV that is well known, but you know that, hey, there's somewhere we found a file that is storing plain text passwords. We need to go find everywhere that is there before the attackers can find that.
The threat landscape has changed a bit since you and I last sat down to speak. What are you telling companies and customers about what they should know, what they should understand, how they should defend or mitigate? AI has obviously really changed up the equation dramatically. Yeah. What's top of mind for customers that you're hearing?
So what we see is that the one thing that is constant for all these years is the change in speed at which new threats are coming. Different threats keep coming, but at the end of the day, all of them go down to whether you take cloud, whether you take on-prem software, are you configured it correctly and securely? Are you updating and fixing the vulnerabilities that it has? And are you monitoring what's happening in that environment? And so what has happened, however, if you look at the 2023 True Risk report that our team released a few months ago, the amount of time it's taking to weaponize vulnerabilities is reducing dramatically. And so now it's down to like 20 days. So attackers are getting faster and faster, whether it's on-prem, whether it's cloud. The point is that they are getting much faster, and AI is going to play into that for the attackers as well, because they run an organization. They want to be more efficient. They want to not waste their time on devices that are not going to lead them to the crown jewels, so they're going to use AI. So what is definitely happening is that the attacks and the threats, no matter what it is coming faster and faster. And so organizations really need to be able to respond faster than how fast the attackers can come, right? So do you know your assets in real time, right? Not a dump of something from last month. Do you know your misconfigurations, vulnerabilities, and do you even have the time once you get a report to go fix them, or should that be fully automated so you can actually have an automation that gets there before the attackers can get and do something? So to me, the threat landscape is going to keep evolving. New technology will come, and new technology will have certain issues and things that need to be looked at. However, because our crown jewels are now all digital, attackers will go after them, and today it's about how do we bring more automation and remediation, not just telling you what's wrong. Can you fix it for me?
Cloud adoption is more popular than ever. It's a key piece of this trend of digital transformation. The security challenges are many in the cloud environment, but if you could highlight some of the major ones that you think would benefit listeners.
The great thing about cloud is the speed at which it has been able to give IT people a way to develop their software, deploy their software. Another great thing is you don't have to be responsible for the entire stack. So you're being provided certain things as a service where somebody else is taking care of managing, deploying, and monitoring their security. However, at the end of the day, you are running your own software in the cloud, and that's where a lot of the issues come from. And if you really boil it down, we just released our cloud threat report recently. It really comes down to misconfigurations in the cloud are causing the biggest headache. We deploy cloud infrastructure very quick, very fast. A lot of times the security team does not even know that there's some cloud deployment being done because somebody uses a credit card and just creates an account, and you find it out later. So what cloud has brought about is, again, the speed at which IT is being deployed and the speed at which the attack surface discovery has become so important, so that you are able to figure out very quickly when somebody deploys something new, that can you find out what is happening, so that you really almost need a hacker's eye view of your own network, especially in the cloud environment, because that's what the hackers are doing. They're looking at your stuff. So now then can you actually take care and fix that? And so cloud misconfigurations, exploitable vulnerabilities in the cloud, open source software, which is still being used in the cloud environment, which is causing middleware. We talked earlier about middleware related vulnerabilities. So those threats are the same threats we've had in the past, but they have just migrated to be faster exploitability in the cloud.
What about risks in the cloud? What can companies do to mitigate or reduce the risk or the exposure, I guess, that comes with cloud computing, cloud-based services?
The beautiful thing about the way cloud is deployed, if you do it the right way, there are many different tools starting from the CI/CD pipeline that can allow you to fully templatize your deployment. So the more templatization, like CloudFormation templates, etc., customers can use to make sure that at the very first deployment, the deployment is already secure. So you can even scan your CloudFormation template even before you create an account to know whether it's going to create vulnerabilities and misconfigurations. So today, there's a lot more opportunity for automation in the cloud, which we've not had in the past when everybody was manually deploying a server at a time. So building an end-to-end feedback loop starting from the CI/CD pipeline, getting into the deployment phase, scanning the templates, and then having a feedback loop is really kind of what customers really are focusing on and what they need to do, so that they can now say, you're going to have a lot of issues that are going to be discovered because of the way people deploy things. Can you really pinpoint the risks that are associated with the riskiest issues that you have? Like, do you know your data in the cloud? So you can focus on the issues that actually cause risk to the data, rather than, okay, I have a bunch of different things that don't necessarily cause a risk. So that's really the next phase now of evolution is, we have too many things to do. Can we figure out which ones actually cause risk and focus on those?
Are there things that the cloud service providers themselves can do to change up this equation with risk, with the overall security of cloud computing in general? Are they doing enough?
I think it's an evolution path, and I think they have done a lot of good work today. Just if you look at the fact that the operating system that is running the cloud, as an example, right? Everything that runs the cloud itself, the security of that has been taken care of by the cloud provider. So that's a chunk of work that otherwise security teams would have to do on the networking equipment, on all kinds of different things, has been taken care of by the cloud providers, and that's a great thing, right? And that helps you reduce what you have to focus on, but then you still have your own workload that you have to look into, and then and then basically correlate that with what the cloud providers are seeing from the attacks and the risks. So the nice thing about that is the cloud providers have a single pane to look at threats across their entire customer base, and they have the ability to protect you from a new threat that they start to see emerging in one area, so you can really and so that's where I think there's more work that needs to be done, and cloud providers are looking at, how do I provide that threat intelligence to the customers, because I see such a vast array of threats and attacks coming, so I can proactively protect a bunch of them.
Thank you. Let's close out. Just curious what advice you have for companies to prepare for the threats, the challenges, the trends we've been discussing here.
Like I talked about, right, the number of assets is increasing, the number of findings is increasing, number of software lines being written is increasing, and so customers are really getting to the point where you're getting too many threat signals being detected across all the different tools, and you just don't have enough people and staff to be able to go and manually fix a lot of these things. And so a lot of our customers today working with us with our TruRisk are focusing on, how do I move away from I have 10,000 issues, to I have 3 issues that really cause risk to my environment. So the risk-based assessment, the risk-based quantification of the risk that is caused to your environment is the most important thing today, knowing that you cannot fix everything. So how do you put the time you have to fix the most important thing is number one. And the second thing is today the amount of time you have to fix those issues is dramatically reducing. So how do you leverage tools that are not just reporting things to you, but also leveraging the ability to mitigate those immediately? And that's one of the things that in our evolution with our customers we focused on is instead of just being a platform that gives you all these issues, we actually also help customer fix those issues. Because if we can fix those in 4 hours, why wait for 2 weeks for some other IT team to look at, right?
Right. Well, Sumedh, once again, you've given us a deep and rich lay of the land with regard to cybersecurity. Thanks so much for dropping by the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. We've been talking with Sumedh Thakar, CEO and President of Qualys. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll be right back.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. I'm Becky Bracken, editor with Dark Reading. Next up, I am pleased to welcome Joe Fitzpatrick. He is a trainer and researcher at Securing Hardware. He's presenting this year several trainings on hardware attacks. He culminated it with a final one on hardware implants. So we're here to hear all about those. Thank you for being with us, Joe.
Thanks for having me.
So walk us through what you've been working on here. I know you've been terribly busy on all sorts of things.
Yeah. Well, I've been training at Black Hat for many years now and kind of have built up a series of classes First, to basically kind of fill the gaps between people who have hardware backgrounds and people who have security backgrounds, because there aren't a lot of overlap there. And kind of built on that, so first a class on just the basics of hardware hacking, some JTAG, UART, and SPY interfaces. And then follow on to that, we talked about hardware pen testing, putting hardware hacking into like a standard workflow. And then, we wanted to go even further than that. In those classes, we have prepared targets, hardware that is all ready to be hacked on. And so rapid prototyping is how we're going to go and build tiny little devices that let us go and connect to the right headers and pins on our systems. And that all culminates in a class called hardware implants, which is where we take the techniques of attacking from the first one and the organization and planning of the second one and the manufacturing of the third one and do things like manipulate a USB cable so we can implant a little circuit board inside of an existing USB cable.
Now, you say there's not a lot of overlap between hardware and security. Where are most companies? Is this just something they're not looking at all? Is it something they're not paying enough attention to? Where are we?
I think there is a lot of overlap. The problem is there's not a lot of skills in the overlapping area. There are a lot of companies who, kind of more IoT type companies that focus a lot on the software. They'll get off-the-shelf hardware from an OEM. They'll brand it with their label, logo, sticker, whatever, and make their web app that sits on top of that software. They never look at the software, they never look at the firmware, and they definitely never look at the hardware. And so that's what I think needs to happen. I think that people need to be aware of the hardware that they have, that they're using, that they're selling, and that they're buying.
So talk a little bit about this training. I think this is so interesting. So you've put this little chip into this USB, and then what happens when I plug this in, an unsuspecting user uses it?
Well, this specific one was actually designed by a friend of mine, Mike Grover, and he has this thing where basically it works as a programmable USB device, a keyboard, plays back keyboard commands, opens up web pages, stuff like that. So this is just one of actually 5 examples of things we do in the class. It's just the easiest to see because it's a USB cable and everybody's seen one of those before, right?
Yeah.
And everybody has trusted one of them before to do a job like charging.
From strangers.
Yeah.
Can I use that?
Well, people talk about like the don't use unknown charging devices because you don't want to stick
or
a
the
cable.
ports at the airport.
Yeah. Well, I mean, instead of putting that thing in the wall plug, you put it in the cable, or So, yeah. There's a lot of stuff to worry about these days. Especially, I think miniaturization has been a lot of what causes that. We can fit in 1 square inch an entire full stack Linux operating system with a cellular modem at this point. So it's kind of crazy.
That is really, really crazy. So what were the core lessons that you wanted your trainees to take away?
That's interesting. So some people take the class because they want to know how to build cool things, which is great. But I think the other takeaway is that when people talk about exotic hardware attacks, they think of hard work and big funding and a lot of time. And it's a 2-day class, right? In 2 days, we find a system, we rip it apart, we look at it, we prototype an attack, we build a piece of hardware, and we have it standalone drop that attack. So what it points out is that these aren't exotic, these aren't amazing. You don't need to be a nation state, a government, or organized crime to do this. Joe in your garage in the backyard can build some of these things in a couple of days.
Now, one of the issues that I've learned about in my reporting is when you talk about the IoT space and the OT space, because so many of these devices are old and rigid and they're not meant to be. How do you foresee the correct way for us to sort of get a handle around the IoT device security issue?
I kind of, look at it from a broader perspective of all embedded devices, not just IoT, OT stuff. And what I see is that we have a lot of old assumptions that we've made about physical security, thinking we used to just lock the door to the office where we kept our desktop computers. That doesn't work with laptops. Well, the same with our embedded devices. We designed embedded devices at a time when they were rigid and we may have physical security of them. And now these IoT devices are going to exist in hotel rooms, in homes, at front doors, on locks. And so the physical security requirements have changed and basically gone away, but we still have to have hardware that is going to be resistant to tampering, to cloning, to manipulation, and stuff like that.
So is it a matter of building hardware of the future that is more resilient and more set up for this sort of system?
Yeah, at this point in time, we have a lot of components that are designed with security from the beginning. So it's easy to find an inexpensive CPU that supports a secure boot process. That wasn't the case 10 years ago. You had to pay extra to get a fancy one that specifically supported secure boot. So you can have literally an implant in a USB cable that has a secure boot process where you don't need to have something exotic anymore.
So do you feel like, and I've heard this trend sort of repeated in different ways over the course of my time here at Black Hat, that the wall between hardware and software and all of that is getting thinner and thinner, and that hardware security is more able to impact software security than ever? Does that track with what you're seeing?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of realizations. It used to be that software, you think of the software stack, all of that runs on top of hardware, and people thought of the hardware as like a solid bedrock they were building on. We're realizing that it's not. Hardware is layers upon layers of implementation, all the way up to firmware. We have a whole world of software people who say, oh, it's firmware, that's part of the hardware. And there's a whole world of hardware people who say, oh, firmware, that's part of the software. And no one really worried about it for a while. Now we actually have people focused on that, and we have firmware development processes that are more akin to modern software development than they are of 1990s hardware development.
And on the flip side of that, have attackers already understood the possibilities in the firmware layer and in the hardware layer? I mean, are they taking advantage?
Absolutely. We've seen a few cases where there actually are malicious things put into firmware. And whether they are malicious things put in a supply chain or whether this is after the fact, and we have malware that goes and actually targets firmware, it's there. And attackers know that firmware is software and that it's configurable and programmable. And
so they're
taking
up to
advantage of it.
speed.
Yeah, they're up to speed. Well, some of them are up to speed. Those that need to be. The reality is, as long as there's software attacks that are easier, attackers will go to that. As long as there are hardware attacks that are easier, attackers will go to that. And if firmware attacks happen to be what's easiest, that's where they're going to go.
For enterprise teams who are not really in the weeds on this yet, what is a good place? I would just understand maybe your trainings are a good place, but really where is a place that people can go to fill that skills gap?
It's interesting because it's very hard to fill the skills gap. That's why I do training.
That's why you're here, yeah.
But without focusing on that, basically understanding what hardware you have. A lot of places will have a server room. And you have servers in there, but have you ever opened them up? Have you ever looked at them? Do you know that there's the servers you bought and not the servers you bought plus something else?
So that's deeper than just trying to find all your devices.
Yeah, so at the first, you enumerate what you see from a network, from a software perspective, do it from a physical perspective as well. And as you kind of do this, you need to have some expectations of your suppliers. When you're buying a server from a supplier, you want to know that the server is what they say it is. And you should have a process to assure that. And your suppliers should have processes to, make sure the motherboards come from reliable sources, et cetera, et cetera. So no spot along the way is faulty.
So is it a tinkering question? I mean, is it a matter of getting our enterprise teams just in the guts of the hardware?
Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be them individually in the guts of the hardware, but they have to keep it in mind as they're sourcing stuff. So as they source hardware, they need to know that they're sourcing it from someone who actually is doing the thought process of understanding what's in the hardware.
Sort of like an SBOM for hardware components,
yeah,
sort of
like
idea.
a bomb.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. So.
Okay, great. Well, can you leave us with any resources that you can recommend, your training maybe where we can find more about that so that people can learn about this area?
Oh, that's a good one. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Well, you can find the Black Hat.
Yeah.
You can find all of his trainings on the Black Hat site.
Yes. So basically what I find the most interesting thing for someone who's not aware of what's in hardware is every month there's someone else who has posted a blog post of like, hey, I got this IoT device and I tore it apart. And it's often someone who is not hardware experienced. And I think those are the most valuable reviews and valuable sources to see someone who doesn't have a hardware background looking at it and learning all this stuff. So that's what I look for. Every time I see one of those, I'm excited.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes out for those exciting blog posts. Joe, thank you so much for joining us. I've learned a lot today, and I know our audience did as well.
Thanks for having me, Becky.
Thank you. Once again, we would like to welcome everybody in our audience to share their questions on socials at DR News Desk, hashtag DR News Desk, on all of your accounts. And you can participate yourself in the conversations we're having and even submit your own questions. With that, we are going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more from Black Hat 2023. Hello and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. I'm Becky Bracken, an editor with Dark Reading, and I am thrilled to welcome our next guest, Austin Shandlin, who's CEO and founder of the Traverse Project, and Tiffany Rad, CEO and founder of Anatrope Inc. This year, they've teamed up to take on a serious challenge with their Black Hat presentation on civil cyber defense. Use your resources to defend nonprofits as they combat human trafficking, subvert authoritarian regimes. I'm having a heck of a time. Secure authoritarian regimes. Excuse me. Welcome to both of you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
This is a gut punch. And I think it's so interesting. You know, last year we really heard a lot from the cybersecurity community about throwing resources behind protecting Ukrainian citizens in the wake of the invasion. This just seems like another extension of the cybersecurity community looking out at what they can do. How did you all settle on this research, and what can the cybersecurity community do? Maybe Austin, you can help us frame the problem in the way that we can sort of get. Yeah.
So, as we sit here today, there's roughly 28 million people that are in metaphorical or literal chains, and that covers the labor trafficking aspect of human trafficking. And under that category, you have organ trafficking, sex trafficking. The list goes on and on and on, right? So, you brought up Ukraine. That's a great example of where we saw a lot of human trafficking happen. Right? It was already a place that had a ton of human trafficking. Then you had women and children leaving Ukraine. All the men had to stay behind. And
I heard something like 700,000 Ukrainian children are missing.
Yeah, the numbers are astounding. Yeah. Right. I was in Poland last year, right on the border, and then went into Ukraine to kind of evaluate what was going on and where we could kind of help. It's overwhelming, right? It's overwhelming for the governments. They're underfunded, the people that are tasked with fighting this fight. And so really, as an organization, in the nonprofit sector, we try to bring resources and funding to different organizations that are dealing with this problem, whether it be law enforcement or civil society or so on and so forth. So
NGOs.
Right. So there's a huge push for nonprofits to be doing this work globally.
Sure.
Our organization specifically deals with human trafficking outside of the borders, outside of the United States, with a nexus to the United States. So, for example, we have a project in Texas that is mapping out human trafficking networks that operate in Texas and then trying to push that
and
network across. Right. So essentially, I want to get from Houston to Peru and Guatemala and find what that network looks like.
Enter in our cybersecurity experts
Absolutely.
who can do that sort of
Absolutely.
thing. So Tiffany, where do you come in?
Some of my work with Anatrope is I do a lot with the transportation infrastructure, cybersecurity for vehicles, and for the infrastructure around them. But I'm here doing a presentation with Austin about some work I do with UC Berkeley. We work with nonprofits, high-risk nonprofits, and actually Austin's organization is going to be our client in the fall. So at Berkeley, my class is Citizen Clinic, and we're through the Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity at Berkeley, which is also a nonprofit. And we take about 14 students from all over the university, both in cybersecurity, policy, business, and law. And we work with organizations such as Austin's by providing free cybersecurity consulting. And for Austin's organization, we're going to help them with that, but we're also going to help do perhaps some machine learning for the data that they go through. So my students will pro bono help organizations such as Austin's. So it's called Civil Cyber Defense, and this is one of many clinics in the United States that do this through academia. And we're here talking about this because we'd like to start some more clinics up around the country so more in academia can get, students that are studying cybersecurity can get really hands-on experience applying what they're learning to organizations, high-risk nonprofits such as Austin's.
And how does that make a difference in your work?
So, obviously, nonprofit, we live and breathe on donations, right?
Sure.
And it's hard, especially with the economy the way it is right now.
And you can't hire a multi-$100,000 cybersecurity expert.
Absolutely. So we our entire staff, we have one paid employee. It is not me. And everybody else is volunteers. We have a bunch of military veterans, We have, and they just come from an amazing background. We have people from academia who, Tiffany also volunteers with us and wears about 12 different hats at Traverse on top of the 12 hats she wears for all of her other jobs. But then also her students are fantastic. So after Tiffany and I had met, we had done a kind of a presentation to our students, just kind of a Q&A presentation. And a bunch of our students got involved and are now working as analysts for us at Traverse, or volunteering as analysts.
All right, that's awesome.
So it really became this this environment of just everybody working
all
together.
hands on deck.
Yeah, all hands on deck. Yeah.
And can you talk a little bit about in your clinics why it's important to have that holistic sort of expertise bringing to bear at the same time, the policy and the law, and tell me about how that works.
Well, one of the things that's important is the first 6 weeks, all students get cybersecurity training. So whether they come from law or policy
They'll
or management,
always be able to use it.
Yeah, we teach them how to hide online in the sense that we want them to hide their identity as well. Because Austin's his organization's he's open to my students knowing who he is and they know who he is and vice versa. But most organizations that we have are very quiet about the work that they do. So they don't know who the students are.
Because they don't want to tip off the bad guys? Is that the idea?
It's one of these things also that we want to protect the students because we assume that the adversaries are probably already in the systems that we're going to be looking at. So
Right.
students' images aren't shown, they use aliases. And it's a good thing because as I mentioned at our talk yesterday, we had a client that had Pegasus, and which is a very rare sort of and an extraordinary tool
it's
for
exotic.
a nonprofit that isn't, we were surprised to see that, but it protected the students against that type of problem that we see. So that's one of the reasons that we have this from all across the university is that cybersecurity is a lot of policy as well. I'm also an attorney as well as doing the hacking stuff.
Because you're an
doing
underachiever.
And so I have to look at sometimes with HIPAA and GDPR and so we have, when we get a client, we try to do a lot, as much as we can for them, even a little bit with like project management, help them get on the schedule of when you're going to implement these security changes and policies, how you're going to do the education for your volunteers and protesters that work with your organization. So it's a one semester class, but we do continue the conversations with the clients to see how we can help them later on. So it's like running a company, as I explained it during our talk, every 4 months with 100% turnover. So I get to train everyone up, we get to know the client, and then the students finish the class, and I do it again the next semester.
But what a gift to take that with them. I mean, as a researcher, I'm a journalist and a researcher. I mean, those things are invaluable, those skills.
We have journalists from the school at Berkeley that are working with us as well because they're really good at getting the message out too, should the client be interested in that, about what they do and how they do it, because a lot of these nonprofits are also underfunded and they do such brave and important work, and they have adversaries that are countries.
Yeah, because North Korea, I understand, is itself like a nation state human trafficker, correct?
Yes.
There's a lot of them out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so as disheartening as all this is, now we have a way to trace these things back, and now we have some leads to follow. What is the hope that more and more cybersecurity folks will bring all their skills to bear on this type of tracking? Is there more work to be done beyond that? What is your hope for the future?
Yeah, we are here to talk to people about, they have fantastic skills, and the hackers that we are going to talk to at DEF CON next week as well, because their problem-solving skills are, for my students too, some of the most extraordinary.
Extraordinary.
Really good. So they have a lot that they can do to help us out, whether they do network security or even with Red Team. We don't do Red Team for our clients, but the way that they address the problem and work to solve things. There's work to be done, and I'd love volunteers at the clinic because we've been running for about 3 years, but we would like to have some cybersecurity professionals with other types of skill sets, including lawyers. Because I need some help. I'm the only instructor right now. So, but we have good news. Google has donated $100 million to be,
right.
or no, sorry, 20 million. Let me make that correction. $20 million to
they
start
could afford 100.
Yeah, they were very generous with the 20, and the goal is to start up more clinics like Citizen Clinic. So we'll get a little bit, Berkeley will get some of that, and then they want more clinics to be started. So, and right now we're operating off of funding from Craig Newmark, who was the founder of Craigslist. And his generous funding has funded some clinics that do exist out there right now, and including the one I work for.
Thank you so much for your work and for being here today. It's such I mean, just to hear these stories and what cybersecurity can do beyond ROI and locking down the keys to the kingdom is meaningful. So I really appreciate it. And to you out there, the call is out for the cybersecurity community to get involved with nonprofits. So thank you both. I appreciate it.
So much for your time.
Of course. With that, we will take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more from Black Hat 2023. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk. We are live from Black Hat 2023. My name is Becky Bracken. I'm an editor with Dark Reading. And next up, we are joined by Sebastian Garcia, assistant professor at the Czech Technical University in Prague, and Veronica Valero Saracho, correct? Yeah. Good. She is the project leader of the Stratosphere Research Laboratory and Civil Sphere Project at Czech Technical University in Prague as well. They're here to give us an overview of this year's Black Hat training they ran. It's a training on advanced malware traffic analysis. Thank you both so much for being here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Of course. So let's advanced traffic malware. This is a big subject right now. So maybe one of you could just walk us through sort of what the goals are and what the overview of the training is.
Yeah. So we have been teaching this training for a few years now, and our training focuses on teaching students from intermediate to advanced level the basics of network traffic analysis, from not focusing on the tools, but in the methodology. Because when you see students having like a basic knowledge of networking, but then you get a pickup, you know the network. The moment you plug it in, and then you're completely overwhelmed with the amount of traffic. You don't know where to start, like everything is too much, right? And so we teach them a methodology that they can use any tools that they have at work, right? Very complex or very simple, to kind of go through this traffic and make an assessment, make a conclusion. What is going on? What is happening? What is the behavior? Who is attacking? Who is the customer who I'm trying to protect, right? So we go from the basics, and then we go through a series of examples from simple to ransomware infections, lateral movement, exploits, and so they can get their hands dirty during the training, and it's very intensive, very hands-on, and we hopefully they leave with some toolbox and methodology that they can take to work, right? And then be able to continue working and progressing in the field.
And as you know, this is a super important topic, and everyone is being attacked the whole time in the network for the last 20 years. So organizations, governments, so everybody has people that they need to know network security very advanced. And everyone needs tools. Tools are fine, but if you don't know what you're doing, tools are not enough for you, right? So we are going to cover this huge aspect of, hey, you are being attacked right now. You need to have this super advanced knowledge of how to track down, understand, and separate what is benign for what is malicious.
And what are these sources? What are the sources that you're separating out? I mean, what are you looking? What are your categories, if you will, of benign versus not?
So at the end, you want to know what's benign and what it's not, right? Malicious, it's fine, malware is fine, but there are many things in the middle, right? So when you go to this category, you start understanding everything that you know should be there in your network, like we call the normal part, if you have this knowledge, but maybe you don't have that.
Yeah, how do you know
exactly,
what normal traffic
right?
looks
You don't know, because maybe it's new network, stuff happening. So this knowledge is not there, so you go there and start finding everything that is out of pattern, everything that is suspicious enough that should not be happening because of the time, because of the computers, because of the people, because of the content, because the behavior in the network. So this is not about going and finding specific bytes and what are those, but the behavioral analysis of everything in the network, right? So you say, okay, all of this is benign, this I know, this maybe I know, no, this is suspicious, maybe this is usually not suspicious, but today combined with this other becomes suspicious, right? So you dig in and you find, and you say, hey, actually, I'm not sure what you are doing, traffic is encrypted, but I'm sure that you're attacking. I can see that this is a pattern of command and control, this is a pattern of a communication, botnet, malware, APT, right? So you go and you find those, just confirm, test, and you report. Right?
So this is more than just spotting the malware. This is about spotting people. And this kind of goes into identity management as well, right? Where you're able to call out identities that should be unauthorized, correct?
One of the things that we teach students to understand is that 10 years, 15 years ago, you have a MAC address, and then you have oh yes, I have this customer. It's just one IP, one MAC address, one IP. But now, that was one person. But now you have one person with the laptop, the second laptop, the phone, the tablet, right, and maybe some smart gadgets, and all of them are the same person. So when you analyze the behavior, as I was saying, like it's not only the behavior of this device, it's the behavior of the person behind it, right? And like putting all this together is quite complex. So the students at the beginning, like you can see that, okay, it's too much, and it's okay not to know what is normal. But with a good methodology, you can understand, like, okay, I might not know everything, but I know that this should be flagged, and this requires more research, right? Like more investigation.
Yeah. And how difficult is that? I mean, traffic analysis as a whole is difficult, but teasing out those things, what parts of the methodology sort of help you put all of that in context?
I think that the main point that we try to express in the methodology is like, okay, the first thing that you need to do is to define the goal. What are you looking at, right? Are you, and this depends on the customer. Who is asking you to do the analysis,
it sounds
right?
like a simple question, but it must be hard.
And this is something that we come across often. It's like, this is very simple. Yes, but it's not there. So it's like, okay, who is your customer? What are you searching for? What is the questions you're trying to ask? And then it's like, okay, get a high-level overview of what you're doing, what the traffic, the data is, and then try to find the questions that you want to answer. Like, what is this protocol doing here? Like, what is this IP connecting to this other, right? And then getting like the tip of the problem to start unrolling, right? But also another thing that we cover is that you never have enough time in network analysis to do it as good as you want to.
So, and that to me seems like the biggest challenge, is it's how do you know how much to invest in it without just throwing up your hands, because it's so tough.
It's so tough. And the problem here, as you're saying, is this is because of the sheer amount of data you have. You have a huge network, and you have a lot of people, and a lot of servers, and computers, and cloud, and this is moving every time. So you need tools, for sure. You need tools analyzing all this and summarizing all this and aggregating all this and showing you. But you need to do this in a context that you have the control and you know what you are doing.
So it's really about knowing enough how to make the process work for your personal environment.
If you have tools and you have no idea what you're searching for, what is good, it's like, yeah, you're going to just click stuff, and even if the tool is trying to explain to you, or you're asking, okay, what's going on here? Why this person has different operating systems and suddenly they are behaving weird or out of hours, or they're interacting with people that they should not. Like, if you don't understand that in the low level, well, the tools are not going to help you, right?
Yeah. Okay, so is the takeaway for your trainees really that just get started, just get going, or is it that the tools are, what is the main takeaway? Sort of what is the, beyond the methodology, what is sort of the philosophy that you want them to leave with?
I think that for me, the main takeaway is like, we are as a network analyst, you are in a very good position because malware needs to communicate. They need to send data out, they need to move laterally, right? And if you go to a network, you are going to see it. So apart from the methodology, like you can find these things if you focus enough, if you are methodical, and then you learn how these things behave. If you run some exploits and look at the network constantly, you are slowly learning how these things how they work, and then you can start spotting and training yourself. The best machine learning that we have is our brains, right? So,
which is a refreshing statement to hear.
And you need to train it, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, it's not magically happen. So going there to a network, looking at the packets constantly to try, what is this, what is that? Then it's like we are feeding and nurturing our own tools.
Yeah, and I would say that for the tools, it's exactly like you said, right? Yes, you can do this, like it's hard and you need to go and practice and understand, and you can do that, and tools will help you if you know what you are doing. But you should know that tools are not the ultimate solution. That's it, that you plug and you forget, right? Like you can look at whatever you want, but it's not gonna work, right? And hey, you need them, but you need to come all these together, right? It's beyond these tools.
It's one part of a larger picture.
One part, right? Yeah.
Well, thank you. And can you tell our audience maybe where they can get more information about your trainings and learn about your work?
Yeah. So we are from the Stratosphere Laboratory, so you can go and search online. We have a public repository with all our tools. We have a university page with our blogs. And then in the Black Hat webpage, we are giving trainings in most of the Black Hat circuits. So next one is in Black Hat Europe. So a few months, and there is still time to register.
StratosphereIPS.org. Yeah. You can find everything there.
Wonderful. Veronica and Sebastian, thank you both so much for joining the news desk. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so with that, we will take a short break and I will hand things over to my colleague Terry Sweeney. Don't go away, we'll be right back. Hi everybody, bit of a programming change. I promised Terry Sweeney, but you've got me instead. I am Becky Bracken, editor with Dark Reading, and I am here at the Dark Reading News Desk, live from Black Hat 2023. We welcome today Noam Moshe, who is a vulnerability researcher at Clarity. He is here today to talk about his incredibly interesting research titled A Pain in the NAS, Exploiting Cloud Connectivity to Pawn Your NAS. Great title. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here.
So let's just get into it. Tell me about your research. Tell me about give me a good overview of what we're learning here.
Okay, so basically during Pawn-to-Own competition last October,
yes,
we tried attacking NAS devices and actually two popular NAS manufacturers, it being Synology and Western Digital.
Okay.
And our goal was actually achieving remote code execution of these devices through the cloud. We actually abused a few cloud mechanisms and managed to attack and get access to all of the cloud-enabled devices.
Wow.
Meaning we potentially had the ability to both read, write sensitive information. It could be, for example, pictures, documents, some kind of everything you'd like to back up, including the ability to, of course, override them. You can just imagine the potential effect it could have on people. And in addition, we actually managed to exploit a few other vulnerabilities and chain them together in order to actually achieve remote code execution on these devices.
So let's talk about some of those that you chained together. So you entered through the cloud, and then what did you do?
Okay, so basically we tried to look at new interesting techniques.
Okay.
And we noticed that while user authentication is very popular and they have a lot of frameworks, a lot of different design patterns and stuff that can make sure that every user authentication is checked correctly and is, of course, authorized and everything is good. In the case of device authentication, that's not the case. I mean, the industry went way ahead in user authentication. However, in the case of device authentication, it got left behind. So in both Synology and Western Digital case, we actually abused the weak device authentication to the cloud and basically managed to impersonate a device. And that way we could basically redirect user traffic to us by impersonating their device, and that way leverage their authenticated user tokens.
That is very interesting. And really a trend that I'm hearing is this idea in identity access management that the device has its own identity, and it seems like this is right along the lines with maybe everything needs its own identity within your network system.
Exactly, because you see both companies actually implemented a device authentication, meaning somehow the device needs to connect to the cloud and says, hey, I'm this and that device, and then whenever the user tries to connect it, they are routed to just their own device. However, because they didn't really understand how to implement and in a secure way the device authentication, and instead of using like some kind of secrets or like PKI or private tokens, they chose to use like public knowledge. In the case of Western Digital, it was the device's GUID, which we managed to basically exfiltrate in various methods. And that way, because only public knowledge was used to authenticate the device to the cloud, we managed to impersonate it. And once we impersonated the device, I mean, the attack chain was pretty straightforward. Simply whenever the user tries to access their device, which most of the times happens automatically because of background app refresh, they were redirected to us and just basically gave us their authentication tokens.
Wow. So what do device manufacturers need to know, and what is their role in mitigating this?
So a lot of the time when I see device authentication, I see the manufacturers using stuff like a MAC address or serial numbers. Now, a lot of the times these are not the actual secrets. I mean, a MAC address is only 3 bytes that is random.
Yeah.
And of course they have the OUI, which is well known, and serial number could be sequential. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's a weak authentication. I believe that instead of using these like public knowledge identifiers, like a strong PKI or some kind of authentication should be used. I mean, you wouldn't let a user authenticate with just its username. You need this strong password and making sure that it is actually the user. So I think they should put a lot of effort and understanding that even though they control the devices, attacker could impersonate the devices and try to leverage their way into the cloud by impersonating a device.
So what do security teams need to know? So now we know the devices. So what do we do from the inside?
So basically, when I try to look at IoT devices, I try and understand what kind of like requirements and secrets the device holds. That's the job. It could be like sometimes we see, of course, serial number MAC addresses being used. Sometimes we see like private keys inserted into the device's firmware, which is not secure either. I think security experts should understand exactly what devices do they have in their network and what is that risk that comes with it. Because, for example, if I have, let's say, a cloud-connected NAS storage device, it could be used by attacker to leverage their way into my private network and into my local network, which is not internet-facing. However, because of this like tunnel that is created between my device, my IoT device, which sometimes I don't manage directly, attackers could use their way and leverage their way into my network through the cloud.
Do you think that the industry, by and large, is underestimating how increasingly paper thin the wall between hardware and software and the cloud and your on-prem really is?
Yeah, for sure. It also, sometimes there are tons of different devices, like these IoT or esoteric devices, which I call them unmanaged devices.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And for a company, it's not clear how can you monitor them and view them and like categorize them and understand what's in your network. For attackers, these kind of devices that might connect to some kind of a cloud somewhere that is managed by like the manufacturer, these kind of devices could be used to leverage their ways into their infrastructure. And it should be monitored and well understood what the risk of these devices, these rogue devices, could inflict on them.
And the enormous attack surface that they provide as well, right?
For sure. For example, because we don't manage these devices, we don't know what's going on in their, like, they are a closed box for us. And this closed box could be abused by attackers in order to basically leverage the way.
So do they need to open those up?
Well, I think we need better visibility. I think it's both the case of like the companies knowing what unmanaged devices are in their basically category and what they have, and also, of course, I think there should be like well-defined what is connected to what. For example, if I have the IoT devices connected to the cloud, I should be aware of it. I should know that it is. It could pose a risk.
Yeah. Fascinating. Okay, so what's next? What is the next iteration? Now we know what the problem is. Where do we go from here?
Well, I think that actually in both cases, like the company, once we reported our like investigation and our vulnerabilities to them, they understood the problem behind it and immediately like fixed it and remedied it.
So they're
completely.
open to dealing with the issue.
Completely professional, and I think in both cases they basically understood and changed it from like public knowledge, like a device is good, which is like way out there and so easy to obtain, to actual PKI, actual secrets, actual unique identifiers for each device, just like we accept from, let's say, a username and a password, that each user has a unique password, strong password. The same should be expected from a device. They should be identifiable by a secret that is not easily guessable and not easily obtainable.
Good points all. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your important work with us. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. With that, we are going to take a quick break and be right back from Black Hat 2023. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Black Cat News Desk, here live from, the Dark Reading News Desk, live from Black Hat 2023. I'm Becky Bracken. I'm an editor with Dark Reading, and I am here to welcome for our next conversations Kate LaRue Esprit and Kat Self with MITRE. They're here to present their research with the most excellent title, Dark Knight, Adversary Emulation Demonstration for Attack Evaluations. Ladies, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having us. It's a huge honor.
Oh, no, please. Tell me about your research and tell me about what you guys are presenting this year.
So our presentation actually happened yesterday, which is why we are very calm today. We've already, the pressure is off.
Rested.
But yeah, we were very blessed to have this opportunity. I'm clearly a fan of Batman, which is why our title is Batman themed. But we were just reflecting, this kind of presentation came as a result of our work on attack evaluations, which is a project at MITRE that seeks to sort of improve network defenses through adversary emulation. And so we just felt really passionate about socializing this with the community and hoping to empower them to use our strategies and methodologies to improve network defenses for their own organizations.
Sure. Kat, what are those? I mean, I've heard a lot of people say, we need to think more like, what does that mean and how does that translate into actual action?
I think there's two components, right? There is, we're gonna be really blunt.
Please, that's what we're here for.
Just FYI. There's so much great information out there, right? There's so many amazing resources, open source, there's great products, there's great vendors. They all have these brilliant, unique solutions. But what works for me? That's like a really different question. And then not just what works for me, but like, why does it work for me? Like, what is my actual problem that I'm trying to solve? And like, during our presentation, one thing that we really hit home, and Kate really, so if you watch our presentation, one of the key things that we go over is, what's a good villain for you? Like, if you're gonna emulate a villain, what does that look like? And then how do you know it's your villain that you should be emulating? And there's an entire criteria set on that before you even begin an emulation.
Okay, so what are those criteria? Because I would like to know for my upcoming villain era what I need to engage in.
I appreciate this.
Yes.
Upcoming villain era, I love that.
What is that? How do we define that?
So, first of all, as Kat spoke about, it's all about, before you even get to adversary selection and addressing the criteria, what is your end goal and objective? What insights are you hoping to glean from the emulation, right? Because it is a lot of work and it is a lot of investment in resources. So what unique perspective are you hoping to get on your own organization's infrastructure, network defending ability? What is the end objective? And that informs the adversary that you select. Once you have those objectives, then there's a couple of criteria. We have 4 things that we usually look at.
Okay.
The first thing is sufficiency and recency of open source reporting. Everything that we do is publicly available, right? So we're kind of limited to what's out there in the public already on this adversary.
Okay.
So usually we look at, within the last two to 3 years, does the adversary have recent operations?
Just open source threat intel.
Open source threat intel. The second thing is the adversary and their TTPs relevant to your organization?
Yeah, are they hitting banks or are they hitting hospitals? That
Yeah,
kind of thing.
because that looks different from like a healthcare organization versus MSSP, right? Like it's totally different criteria. And then we move into variety of TTPs. You know, does the adversary have enough operations, you know, different techniques to inform multiple emulation plans? Because as we know, plans can change. You can have a scenario for emulation and then things happen, you know, resources get constrained. You might have to totally scrap your emulation plan and start anew.
I see.
So that's why it's important to have that variety. And then the fourth thing I think is my favorite question, which is, what is cool about them? Like, why are they
do I
unique?
care?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's really well said. So those are kind of our baseline criteria.
So you all in your talk, you have a villain for us. You hand-picked a good one for us. So tell us about your villain.
So I'll say my part and then turn it over to
Great.
Kat, because we definitely want to hear her perspective
Yes.
too. But our villain for this talk was Blind Eagle, also known as APT-C36. They actually are one of the only publicly known APTs based in Latin America. And that was
Interesting.
really important. So I specialize in cyber adversaries in the region, so I kind of forced Kat, like,
Here's
let's
a good
do
one.
it.
Well, you had a good example. What do you
It wasn't a good one. It was, Kat, we need to do Latin American actor. So Blind Eagle is
Say
what
yes,
we're
say
doing
yes.
now. Like, so that's just a yes, right? It's like,
And
okay,
Kat
fine.
was kind enough to humor me in that
Oblige
regard.
you.
But in fairness, we did, part of this talk is making this more accessible to the community. So
Sure.
let's do an adversary that not a lot of people are talking about, right? Because the truth about Blind Eagle, they're based in Latin America. They're not necessarily known for bleeding edge techniques, right? They're not doing crazy things in kernel mode or forging SAML tokens, anything like that. But their TTPs are highly relevant to any industry.
Because
So-
they're not exotic. Is
because
that why?
they're not exotic, and the thing is, they have techniques that we would expect the average end user to be able to detect on. And so we felt that was extremely relevant and relatable for the average end user, which is our target audience.
Gotcha.
So
what are your reflections on the villain? You obliged her, but then once you dug in, what made this a good prototype?
So first and foremost, I'm a Mac OS and Linux person. So my role on a lot of this was I'm the longest standing person right now on attack evaluations. So a lot of the knowledge that I brought to this was the historical and tribal knowledge that, quite frankly, you only get when you do evaluation, next evaluation, next evaluation, next evaluation.
Just
It's really
living
tight,
it.
yeah, right? So a lot of my experience has come from the maturity. So we actually hired out a developer because, much to Kate's point, how do we make this accessible?
Yeah.
And so the reality was, this Black Hat presentation, we took a villain, we had a month and a half to not only build out a CTI plan for them and to do the research, but also to dev it, and then to get it presentation ready. And so that's what we did. And the goal of that wasn't necessarily to be like, showcase, hey, look, we totally slammed down some code, yo. It was, right, it was more of like, this is like a much more approachable method. And something that Kate kind of pointed out was, the one reason why this adversary's tactics are so so good to emulate is because how many devs use Stack Overflow and open source repos, right? Like we all do, right? It's like our go-to resource. Like what does Google say? And this is a group that actually like most of us, duct tape and bubble gum. Like what open source tools do I have? What can I piece together to accomplish my goal? Right, which is what we want, like on attack evaluations. If it's open source, it's kind of game. And then if it's backed by CTI, you betcha, I'm not gonna recode that. I'm gonna try to pull that in and reuse it because I only get a month and a half to develop this code based on this adversary. So I'm gonna pull what's available for vendors that should already be detecting on it.
If I'm doing a good job of this, what does the process look like for me? Because you all make it look easy and, running these things. But I mean, how are our practitioners who are under-resourced and under time, they don't have time, all that, how are they, is there an easy way for them, well, not an easy way, but a more approachable way for them to run these things on their own?
I would say the first thing to recognize is that we all feel like we're treading water. Right, like there is on this team, like one thing that we really try to hit home on was, and we debated on this for a while, like what deliverables are the ones that we go back to? Scrap the rest of the work. There's so much extra work that's done when you're trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
So we were like, okay, how can we like lower the pain threshold here for like what you have to do to figure out how to collaborate with another team? And the CTI deliverables were a huge part where I went over on the Red Dev perspective of those same CTI deliverables and how we translate those into development requirements, because at the end of the day, a malware developer is a software developer, just minus, like switch out the malware and the software.
Right.
Still agile.
Right, still agile, yeah.
The same thing. So I would say just like owning the fact that it's gonna be hard. Every villain is different. Removing the idea that I can emulate someone that is a fully funded nation state actor with a 40-man development or 40-person development team, and to be able to take all of that work and then pop it in a month and a half.
That's power.
That's not happening. That's just not happening. Like, that's just unreasonable to expect that of myself. I don't care how smart I am. And like, so changing the expectations to be successful, right? And then creating a plan with your CTI team on what does those MVPs really look like? Because at the end of the day, if it doesn't move the industry forward in that baseline configuration that vendors deploy inside of our ranges and attack evaluations, if it doesn't move that bar up and make it harder for the adversaries to execute their tools and their tactics and their techniques, why are we doing it?
100%.
Right, so we have to scope it down. And I would say that's the key. It's like, lowering the expectations, scoping down on what really matters, what you're trying to test, and then collaborating at the right time.
Good advice, all. Thank you both so much. I wish I had more time to sit here and talk to you about all of these things. But
Appreciate
thank you both so much for joining us. Where can our audience find more about I know your talk is on blackhatprobably.com. Where can they find out more about your research?
So we have a publicly available GitHub repo. We put all of our emulation plans on there. We're actually going to release our emulation plan on Blind Eagle, so the community can go there and check out. Any user can pull it down, work on it themselves. You can learn more about attack evaluations at MITRE Ingenuity and MITRE Attack as well. And also, you can just also tweet us. Use the social media. And we're all about making this transparent and accessible for the community. So any way we can do that, we're happy to help.
Well, this seems like a very big first step. Thank you both for joining the Dark Reading News Desk. We really appreciate it. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thank you. With that, we will take a quick break and be right back with more action from Black Hat 2023.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much.
everybody, and welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk, coming to you live from Black Hat 2023. My name is Becky Bracken. I'm an editor with Dark Reading, and I am here to welcome Kareem Touba, CEO of LastPass. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Becky.
Really appreciate you joining us. Now, while it's not necessary to belabor the past, but you came on following the LastPass breach.
Yep.
And so I'm really interested to get your thoughts on what that time period after has been like, and what a CEO needs to do to recover from something like this.
Yeah, I came on board right before the breach, actually about 2 months before the initial breach happened. So I came on board in May of 22. We announced the initial breach in August of 22. So yeah, it was an interesting surprise, to say the least. But you know, the best way to think about it is there's sort of two periods, right? Okay. During the incident, if you will, until you officially close the incident, and then post the incident. Mm-hmm. During the incident, it's a lot of work around incident response, getting the right information out to the public, and then having sort of clear pillars and strategies around what you want to put out there, right? And we were very clear from the initial period that we felt like we needed to be pretty transparent about what had occurred. We wanted to follow that up with what we were doing in that moment, and then what we were doing post the incident after it was closed. So we put out a pretty extensive blog, about 5 pages. It was about 17, 18 subpages. Mm-hmm. In some ways, probably a lot more than most other organizations that have been through this. We felt it was necessary, partly because we're part of the security community. Mm-hmm. And partly it's just sort of the DNA, the people that I brought in with me that have been in cyber pretty much their entire career. Post the incident, and by the way, one other thing that's also important during the incident is that as a CEO, you sort of have to, you do all the things that you would expect, which is work with the security team to really understand the impact, work with the teams that are focused on the customer, but you have to also manage the communications, you have to manage board expectations. Yes. And that's really important. I was fortunate to bring on board a couple of months after, or a few months after I started, a board member as an independent, John Stewart, who was the Senior Vice President of Cyber and Trust at Cisco for many years, who I'd worked with in the past, who came on board as an independent. That was invaluable, because that creates the right kind of dynamic to ensure that we're striking the right balance in terms of being transparent and disclosing the right information, but having another voice in the boardroom who's a cybersecurity expert other than myself, mm-hmm. navigating the communication with the board and what we were going through. And those kinds of things are extremely important to manage up at the board level as a CEO, but also down into the organization. Because remember, you also have a sales force, you have a marketing team that wants to understand, should I market in the middle of this type of activity, or should I hold off on specific campaigns? You have a sales force that you can then re-marshal, which is what we did, to actually go out to existing customers, because for a period of time, you're not going after new for the first couple of months. So you engage those people to go out to existing customers to make sure you're getting the right information out there and giving them everything that they need.
How many of these decisions, sort of about transparency and being as forthcoming as possible, how many of these decisions were made prior to the incident, or how many of these decisions were made sort of in the heat after the incident? I'm just interested in if there, a lot of companies will have like a response playbook, but not necessarily understand sort of the philosophical pillars about why they're doing things. Yeah. Were those discussions had before?
Yeah, well, they weren't had before because I'd only been there a couple of months.
Understood.
They typically are part of the process of this, of structuring a communication plan, a crisis communication plan as a whole. But generally what you do is you talk in broad strokes about transparency, but it's important to really sort of take the time to define what that actually means.
That is a good point.
Right? So we did that as we went through the process, and you know, you oftentimes in business and life, you sort of have these guiding principles. Mm-hmm. You know, we got beat up, I think fairly so, during the communication path because we didn't release information fast enough, and I think that was fair criticism. But when we had the full information, we said, look, one of the guiding principles is full transparency of what happened and what we did. And as a result, we decided to lean into that pretty heavily. And most of our business customers really sort of appreciated that. Uh-huh. I think one of the most interesting comments, I've met with probably close to 300 customers. One of the most interesting and consistent comments I heard was, look, we're not going to judge you by necessarily what happened. We're going to judge you by what you do after. And so, how seriously are you taking this? What are the changes that you're making? What investments are you making moving forward? Are you enacting policy changes in addition to investments in cyber? And does it have staying power, right? And I think those are the things that really ultimately the market measures you on.
I've had dozens of conversations about incident response and dozens of conversations about the role of the CEO, which is sort of a vague thing. But that's, you talk about communication with the board, communication with, the marketing team and all of this. Who do you have in the bunker with you? Who are because it seems to me, and most people have outlined, this is a series of split-second decisions that a lot of the future hangs upon. So how are you making those quick decisions, and who are you leaning on to inform those decisions?
Yeah. So there are multiple constituents around the table that are really critical. I will start with your head of technology and security. I was super fortunate, maybe a month after I started, to bring on board a gentleman that I'd worked with in the past, Christopher Hoff, who's very well known in security circles, and who I had worked with before. And that he was really, in many ways, he and I would go back and forth in terms of both understanding the technical details of the incident, but just as importantly, what our response should be, both tactically/technically, but also from a communication perspective. And that was invaluable because he is really sort of spearheading the response and is the source of truth for what happened technically and how we're responding. In addition to that, of course, you have to navigate and communicate as a CEO to your board. Depending on the profile, as you and I have talked about this in the past, there was a high-profile nature of this breach, so there was a lot of interest and opinions and point of views with the board. So there's a fair bit of communication that has to go on there. And then within that bunker also are people that are representing communications that can really sort of give you a sense of how, where, and when to communicate. And part of that is about looking at historical incidents and what's worked and what's not, and how we can adjust. But also the vehicles. We have a SaaS app. Should you be communicating in-app to customers?
Wow.
Should you be communicating in email? Should you be communicating in blog? And the communication path, along with legal, along with the security and tech team, are really sort of the pillars that help you drive the right decision.
Well, thank you for that insight, because that is invaluable for us to, to just talk about these things rather than actually have to do it. So now that you are, this is well behind you, and where do you assess where you are in your recovery now with your customers and with their trust?
Yeah. So a couple of things. First of all, we took quite a bit of time to make some investments to rebuild trust with the broader market at large and our customers specifically. And we did that through something called Trust Center, where we published a lot of this information, but continue to publish what are changes in our policies, what are we doing from a compliance perspective, and what does our security stack look like, and how is it continuously evolving, as all policies and security stacks should in the fullness of time, whether you had an incident or not. So we direct a lot of people that have questions to that. It's a living and breathing site. The other thing that we did is, having spent so much time with our customers, we really sort of got to the place where we began to realize that there's a consistent communication path that we wanted to have with them, again, defining various vehicles. And that has allowed us to really get to the point, because we can assess now, I would say probably less than 10% of the customer conversations I have with the customers are about anything incident related. It's more about the future and the investments we're making in passwordless, and what is our view on how the authentication market is evolving.
Okay. We're running out of time, but before I let you go, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about what your reaction is to some of these new SEC regulations and some of the regulations coming down the pipe, which seem to just keep ratcheting up the pressure on CEOs in particular to get it right and get it right fast.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think in general, I think they're headed in the right direction. I think CEOs need to take this topic very seriously. As I said to you earlier, from the boardroom on down, it's why we were very fortunate to bring John Stewart as an independent on the board, who's a cyber expert that can be a voice in the room other than the CEO. But I would say that while I think they're headed in the right direction, I think that while the CEO and the CISO are certainly responsible for the execution and the delivery of a secure product to the broader market and the things that are attributed to that, I also think there's a little bit of a miss in terms of making sure that that goes all the way up to the board, and then there's better governance and guidance around ensuring that you have, especially for sizable organizations, independent board member that's an expert in the space of cyber. This issue has become such a prominent topic. And only in retrospect do you begin to understand that there should be some form of governance outside of the execution and management team. And I think there's a really important discourse that the SEC and others should be having in that area.
Wonderful. Well, I very much appreciate your time, and I appreciate your remarks. It's been invaluable for me and for our audience, I know.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, well, with that, I will sign off from the news desk for this year, but I will be turning things over to my colleague, Terry Sweeney. Don't go away. We'll be right back from Black Hat 2023.
Welcome back to the Dark Reading News Desk here at Black Hat USA. Terry Sweeney here with Dark Reading, and joining me now is Nick Lanta, co-founder and CEO of Interpress Security. Nick, thanks for joining us on the Dark Reading News Desk.
Thanks for having us, Terry.
Appreciate you doing this. In a crowded cybersecurity market, tell us what differentiates Interpress.
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're helping organizations to really optimize their defenses to the threats that matter most. So we go in and we take a look at solving a problem where there is no really easy way to identify and prioritize, the defensive capabilities of an organization holistically, and look at where there are gaps in coverage and tool deficiencies and misconfigurations, and then marrying that up with a prioritization of the threats that are most likely going to target your organization, and then threading those two things together to be able to paint a picture of what you need to go fix and do first from a holistic standpoint across your defensive ecosystem.
Right. The problems with commercial threat intelligence are pretty well documented. What is it that Interpress is doing differently here?
Yeah, so first of all, we're not a CTI company, we are not a TIP or a SOAR, but what we do is we help operationalize intelligence.
Okay.
And we don't really care about IOC-based intelligence, but we do care about TTP-based intelligence.
Okay.
So we work over on the left of boom side of things. So we want to help, prepare organizations from a readiness and preparedness standpoint to defend themselves best against the threats that are most likely going to.
And TTP data is richer in that regard?
For us, it is. Yeah, we don't work with IOCs. We don't really care about that. We really do want to make sure that we threat enable the visibility into the organization so that we understand what needs to be done from a defensive capability standpoint of tooling that we already have in the organization that we can just optimize.
Right. Curious if you can share any success stories with customers in terms of use cases that really showcase the power of your solution.
Yeah, we can. So we've got a number of them. We've got some instances where we have one very large global enterprise that have a lot of work that they do in the Pacific Rim. So when Volt Typhoon was announced by CISA, their understanding of their readiness would take them typically, it was a 3-week process to go through all of their various operating companies, and we were able to reduce that into a 72-hour window, which included the remediations that needed to take place. We have another organization that we deal with, a global manufacturer, where they took 4 hours a day to go through from a readiness standpoint to understand the latest threats that came out in order to go back into their infrastructure to determine how well they're doing, and we reduced 4 hours a day down to literally minutes a day. And so we have multiple of those types of environments where we've been able to help with the MOVEit. When MOVEit was announced, it became a very big thing. We have a large company that we deal with globally that has 80 operating companies around the world, and that process was weeks for them to understand how well they were tooled against that threat, and we reduced it down to a matter of several hours. So it's a real big efficiency play, but it's also an ability to understand what the tooling's capabilities are from collecting and mitigations and detection capability and controls.
Sorry, I'm just stuck on the 4 hours to a couple of minutes. I mean, that makes for an early lunch, right?
Yeah, it's certainly, the person there that was doing that work, he's a big fan.
I'll bet. Yeah.
We've really saved a lot of effort, in something that they were doing with spreadsheets and manual effort.
Not in this day and age, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that the automation that we're bringing to market is really innovative, and it goes back to your first question. But we're really innovating on the left of boom side of the house, where we're putting automation together that starts with the threat and feeds into how do we make the tools that you have work better, and how do we actually have visibility into understanding what the true capabilities are of the products and how it relates to the policies that you have, versus just saying, well, we have this product and it's supposed to do this. Right? We have empirical data that we can apply towards and say, listen, here's how it's actually being implemented, here's how it's being applied. We recommend then the content and the configurations and the detection logic and the policies and the controls that would optimize that environment based on your threat profile.
Right. What other pain points are you solving for customers?
So some of the use cases, in addition to that cyber readiness, is that we help organizations from a continuous standpoint to make sure that their defensive surface is optimized. And then another use case that we are doing is the ability to do vulnerability prioritization with threat context associated with it. And lastly, we've gotten a request multiple times over from a CISO's standpoint to be able to articulate risk with true threat-based metrics versus risk models and the like that have typically been used. Whereas we're actually being able to talk about risk in a way that is based in true fact of threat and be able to express that in a way that boards and executive teams
Yeah,
understand.
sure. No, it makes sense that a board would want not just quantifiable risk, but also qualified risk as well. Like rank these for us, prioritize these for us.
Correct.
Good. Talk about why organizations need to start thinking differently about threat versus risk, and particularly why now?
Yeah, well, I think why now is that, first of all, I think that the tooling that's in place is very good. I think that the issue that's plaguing the industry is that there's siloed capabilities, there is a lack of integration, and I think that with the tooling and the visibility that we have today, there really isn't an ability for something to come in as an analytic that holistically looks at the environment, the defensive surface environment, and be able to understand it really well. And that is really what we're all about, is coming to the market to be able to threat inform your defensive capabilities and be able to optimize it for the threats that really do matter most, that would most likely target organizations that look as you do.
Right. Well, Nick, thanks for giving us a deeper cut at threat intelligence and a different way to think about threat versus risk. Really appreciate you doing the Dark Reading News Desk today.
Yeah, well, thanks for having us, David. Appreciate it.
We've been talking with Nick Lanta of Interpress Security. This has been Terry Sweeney for the Dark Reading News Desk. Thanks for joining us for this segment. We'll see you next time.